There is a thought experiment worth sitting with quietly, here in the late hours, as the body settles and the day recedes. Imagine that you could walk into any human community that has ever existed. Not the modern world, not the recent centuries of medicine and sanitation and stable food supply, but any community chosen at random from the full 200,000-year span of human existence. You walk in, you look around. What you would notice, almost certainly, is this: almost everyone is young. Not young in the way that a neighborhood skews young because of a university nearby, or young in the way that a particular moment in a city's history tilts its demographics. Young in a deeper and more absolute sense, the community organized around the bodies of children, adolescents, and adults in their prime, with only the rarest presence of anyone whose face and body bore the unmistakable evidence of many decades of living. The community you have walked into is not unusual, it is the norm. For most of human history, it was the only demographic reality the species had ever known.
We find it difficult to imagine this today, and the difficulty is worth examining. In the modern world, old age is everywhere. It is in the faces of the people we see in every public space. It is in the institutions built around it, the retirement communities, the assisted living facilities, the medical specialties devoted entirely to the conditions of aging. It is in the economic systems organized to support people through the decades they spend after their working years have ended. It is in our families, where it is entirely ordinary to have grandparents and great-grandparents alive and present, where the four-generation family photograph is unremarkable. Old age, for the contemporary mind, is simply a stage of life, the stage that comes after middle age, that leads eventually toward the end. It feels as natural and as inevitable as childhood, as structurally necessary to the human story as any other phase. But this feeling, this assumption that old age is simply what happens to people who live long enough, is, in the full context of human history, a very recent sensation.
For the overwhelming majority of the time that Homo sapiens has existed as a species, growing old was not what most people did. It was not the expected arc of a life, not the destination toward which the years were moving, not the stage that a person in middle adulthood could look forward to and plan for. It was, instead, something rarer and less predictable, a possibility that a small number of individuals in any given community happened to reach through a combination of biological resilience, fortunate circumstance, and the absence of the many dangers that regularly ended lives before they had the opportunity to age visibly. Old age existed, it was present, in the way that any rare outcome is present in a sufficiently large population. But it was not common, it was not expected, and for most people, for most of human history, it was simply not what happened. The numbers help clarify what this means in practice, though they need to be read carefully to avoid a common misunderstanding. When paleoanthropologists and historical demographers estimate the average life expectancy of prehistoric human populations, they often arrive at figures that seem shocking to the modern reader. Numbers in the 20s and 30s, suggesting that ancient people routinely died in what we would consider the early stages of adulthood. This interpretation is almost entirely wrong, and understanding why it is wrong is essential to understanding what the actual demographic reality of early human life looked like. The low average life expectancy of prehistoric populations was not primarily the result of adults dying young. It was primarily the result of enormous numbers of infants and children dying before they reached adulthood at all. Child mortality, not adult mortality, is what pulled the average downward. An adult who survived the extremely dangerous early years of prehistoric life, who made it through infancy, through the childhood years of infectious disease and nutritional vulnerability, into the relative stability of a working adult body, might well live into their 40s or 50s. A few lived beyond that, but many never had the chance to try. What this means for the age structure of early human communities is something that the single number of average life expectancy cannot fully convey. The demographic shape of a prehistoric hunter-gatherer band was not a gentle curve, with people spread relatively evenly across the decades and a significant proportion of the group in their 60s and 70s and beyond. It was a steep pyramid, enormously wide at the base where the children were, narrowing sharply through the adolescent years as disease and accident took their toll, becoming a relatively thin column through adulthood, and tapering to almost nothing at the top where old age would have been. In a band of 30 or 40 people, a typical size for a mobile hunter-gatherer group, you might find one individual whose face and body showed the marks of genuine old age, sometimes none. The experience of looking at an old person, of knowing someone who had lived for 60 or 70 years, of seeing what the human body looked like after many decades of use, this was not the ordinary, unremarkable experience that it is today. It was something unusual, something worth noticing. This demographic reality shaped the human experience in ways that are easy to underestimate. In a world where old age was rare, the meaning of age itself was different. The elder in the small band carried a weight and a significance that is difficult to replicate in a world where elders are everywhere, where old age has become, through its sheer prevalence, ordinary. When only one person in your community of 30 has lived long enough to remember the events of 4 decades ago, that person's memory is not one resource among many, it is singular. The knowledge they carry of landscapes and seasons and the behavior of animals in years when the conditions were different, of the social histories of the families around them, of the techniques and the mistakes and the lessons of a long and attentive life, is irreplaceable in a way that no knowledge is irreplaceable in a world full of old people. The rarity of old age made it, when it occurred, something extraordinary. There is a phrase that captures something important about the difference between the ancient world and the modern one in terms of how age was distributed. Anthropologists who study the demographic structure of hunter-gatherer societies sometimes describe the age distribution of these groups as compressed, meaning that the generational layers stacked more quickly, overlapped less, and separated more abruptly than in modern populations. In the compressed generational time of the ancient world, a person might know their grandparents briefly, if at all. The 4-generational overlap, the great-grandparent holding the infant, was rare enough to be remembered as something significant rather than simply expected. The slow, prolonged elder years that many people in the modern world now experience, the decades of retirement, of grandparenting, of watching the grandchildren grow and the great-grandchildren arrive, were not a normal feature of the human lifespan. They were an exception, and understanding that they were an exception reframes quietly and completely what it means to grow old. Why did this change? How did the rare accident of old age become the expected trajectory of a human life? The answer to that question is the story this series will tell, moving from the African savannas where our species first formed, through the agricultural revolution that began reshaping human communities 10,000 years ago, through the slow accumulation of medical and sanitary knowledge that gradually reduced the external dangers that cut lives short, to the extraordinary demographic transformation of the last 2 centuries, in which the pyramid of human age distribution has been, for the first time in the species' history, substantially flattened. Old age became common not because the human body changed, but because the world around the human body changed, because the threats that had always terminated so many lives before they had the chance to age were, one by one and decade by decade, reduced or eliminated. The body that now routinely survives into its 70s and 80s and beyond is not a different body from the one that rarely did. It is the same ancient body in a new and radically different world. This is a story worth knowing because it changes the way the aging body feels to inhabit. When old age is understood as the universal default, as simply what happens to everyone, eventually, as a matter of biological course, there is a tendency to experience the processes of aging as disappointments, as failures of a system that should have continued functioning indefinitely. The body that slows and stiffens and gradually loses the effortless physical capacity of younger years can feel from inside the modern assumption of universal longevity like a machine breaking down before it should. But when old age is understood as the rare outcome it was for most of human history, as the fortunate destination of a body that has navigated successfully through all the dangers that terminated most lives before they reached this point, the same physical changes carry a different weight. They are not failures. They are the marks of a very long and very successful journey made by a body that was built for a world where most journeys were shorter, and that has carried you, against the statistical odds of most of human history, to exactly here.
In the quiet of this late hour, let that reframing rest gently in whatever part of you is still listening. The fact that you are old enough to hear this story, or that you will one day be old enough to hear it with the full weight of lived years behind you, is not an ordinary thing. It is, in the context of the full span of human history, an extraordinary thing. A thing that the overwhelming majority of humans who ever lived did not experience. Your age, whatever it is more than the years have made it. It is the outcome of a species-long survival story, the living result of everything the human body has managed to navigate in the long centuries before the world became safe enough for growing old to feel unremarkable. It was never unremarkable. It was always, in the deepest sense, a gift. Sleep now in the quiet knowledge of that.
There is a number that appears in almost every popular account of ancient and prehistoric human life, and almost every time it appears, it is misread. The number is the average life expectancy of early human populations, a figure that, depending on the source and the population being studied, tends to land somewhere between 25 and 35 years. It appears in documentaries and textbooks and casual conversation, and it is almost invariably interpreted the same way, as evidence that ancient people routinely died in what we would consider early adulthood, that 30 was old in the ancient world, that a person of 40 was a rarity, and a person of 50 was virtually unheard of. This interpretation is so widespread and so confidently stated that it has become one of the most durable misconceptions about human prehistory. It is also, in its most important implications, almost entirely wrong. Understanding why it is wrong, understanding what the number actually means and what it cannot tell us, is the necessary foundation for understanding what the age structure of early human life actually looked like. The concept of life expectancy at birth is a statistical measure, and like all statistical measures, it can only be understood correctly by knowing what it is actually calculating. Life expectancy at birth is the average age at death for all individuals in a given population, calculated from the moment of birth. Every person who dies in infancy contributes their age at death, perhaps a few days, perhaps a few months, to the calculation. Every child who dies at 3 or 5 or 10 contributes their age. Every young adult who dies at 20 or 25 contributes theirs. And every person who lives to 60 or 70 or beyond contributes their age as well. All of these numbers are added together and divided by the total number of individuals to produce the average. The result is a single number that tells you something real and important about the population. But what it tells you is the average outcome across all lives, including all the lives that ended very early. It does not tell you what happened to the people who survived the earliest and most dangerous years. In prehistoric populations, infant and child mortality was extraordinarily high by modern standards. The best estimates from archaeological and anthropological evidence suggest that somewhere between 30 and 50% of children born in hunter-gatherer and early agricultural populations did not survive to their 5th birthday. Many died in the first year of life, from infections, from complications of birth, from nutritional deficiencies, from the simple fragility of a small body in an environment without modern medical support. Each of these deaths, recorded in the average as a life of 1 year or 2 years or 3, pulled the calculated average dramatically downward. If half the people in your population die before the age of 5, the average life expectancy of the whole population will be low, even if every person who survives childhood goes on to live to 60. The low number does not reflect what happened to adults. It reflects primarily how many children died before they had the chance to become adults. The statisticians and demographers who work with these figures understand this clearly, which is why they distinguish carefully between life expectancy at birth and what they call conditional life expectancy, the expected lifespan of individuals who have already survived to a given age. The conditional life expectancy of a prehistoric adult who had already survived to, say, age 15 was significantly higher than the life expectancy at birth of their population. A 15-year-old in a hunter-gatherer community who had successfully navigated the most dangerous years of childhood had already beaten the most significant odds stacked against them. Their body had demonstrated its capacity to fight infection, to metabolize the available diet, to survive the physical hazards of the early years. From that point forward, they faced a different, though still significant, set of risks. But the simple statement that life expectancy was 30 says nothing useful about what came next for them. Archaeological evidence from prehistoric burial sites supports this picture when it is read carefully. Analyses of skeletal remains from Paleolithic and Mesolithic sites consistently show 2 patterns. First, a significant proportion of the skeletal remains are those of children and infants, confirming the high early mortality that demographic models predict. Second, among the adult remains, ages at death are distributed across a range that extends well into the 40s and 50s, with a smaller but real representation of individuals who appear to have died in their 60s or beyond. The adults in these communities were not all dying at 30. Some were dying at 30, others were dying at 45, at 55, at 60. The distribution was wide, shaped by individual circumstance and biological variation, and it included a genuine tale of older survivors, rare but present. What the skeletal record also shows, however, is that the tale was indeed short. The proportion of individuals who survived into what we would confidently call advanced old age, the late 60s, the 70s, and beyond, was small. Not absent, but small. The combination of high early mortality and the ongoing risks of adult life in a world without modern medicine created a population in which the experience of genuine old age was uncommon at both ends of the analysis. Few people reached it, and the ones who did were outliers against a demographic background dominated by youth. This is the accurate picture, not the false simplicity of everyone died at 30, but the more nuanced and more interesting reality of a world in which many died very early, some died in midlife, and a few lived long, but the few who lived long were always, in the context of their communities, the exception. The misreading of life expectancy numbers matters for reasons beyond historical accuracy. It shapes, in often unexamined ways, how people in the modern world think about their own aging and the aging of their bodies. If the assumption is that ancient humans routinely died at 30, then the implicit conclusion is that the human body was not designed for anything beyond roughly 3 decades of function, that aging after 30 is in some sense an overextension of a system built for a shorter run. This conclusion, drawn from the misread statistic, leads people to treat the physical changes of their 40s and 50s and 60s as early malfunctions of a system that was never intended to operate this long. But this conclusion is based on a misunderstanding. The human body was not built for a 30-year lifespan. It was built for a world in which many people died young, from external dangers, from infections, from the hazards of a physically demanding life. but in which the survivors of those dangers were capable of living considerably longer. The correct reading of the evidence suggests something more interesting and more hopeful. The human body, under favorable conditions, conditions that removed or reduced the external threats that killed so many in the ancient world, turns out to be capable of considerably more than the misread statistic implies. The long-lived individuals who appear in every prehistoric population, the ones whose skeletal remains show the wear of many decades, were not biological anomalies running a system beyond its intended limits. They were demonstrating the upper range of what the body was always capable of, in the rare circumstances where the external dangers that normally terminated lives early had failed to do so. Modern longevity is not the extension of a system beyond its design. It is the realization, at population scale, of a potential that was always present in the biology, but that the ancient world's conditions allowed only a few to reach. There is a subtler point here as well, one that the life expectancy number cannot capture at all. The experience of aging, the felt sense of what it is to inhabit a body that is moving through time, accumulating the changes that the years bring, is not primarily a statistical experience. It is a personal one. The ancient person who survived into their 50s or 60s did not experience their own life as an exception to a statistical average. They experienced it as their life, as the continuation of the same project of daily survival and social belonging and the accumulation of memory and knowledge that had occupied them since childhood. The number that demographers assign to their population tells us something about the distribution of deaths in their community. It tells us nothing about what it felt like to be the person who, through a combination of biological fortune and the avoidance of the dangers that killed others, kept going. What it felt like, in all likelihood, was simply life, longer than most perhaps, but not experienced as a statistical anomaly, just the continuing of days. As you lie in the quiet of this late hour, let the misreading dissolve and the accurate picture settle in its place. The ancient world was not a world where everyone died at 30. It was a world where many died very young, and where the survivors of those early deaths carried their lives forward through a range of outcomes that included, at the far end, the genuine and rare experience of old age. Your own body carries that same range of potential, the same biological capacity for longevity that the ancient body carried, now operating in conditions that have made the far end of that range accessible to far more people than ever before. The number that seemed to say the ancient body was built for brevity was always measuring something else: the fragility of infancy, the vulnerability of childhood, the relentless cost of a world without medicine. The body itself was always capable of more. It still is. Sleep now in the quiet confidence of that. If you could stand at the edge of a hunter-gatherer camp somewhere in eastern Africa 100,000 years ago and simply watch, the first thing you would notice, before the fires, before the tools, before the social dynamics of the group playing out in the gestures and voices of the people assembled, is how young everyone looks. Not young in the way that a particular neighborhood or a particular moment in a city's history can skew a population toward youth. Young in the way that a living system skews young when the conditions of its existence consistently and reliably remove the older members before they can accumulate in large numbers. Young the way a forest tilts young when disturbance is frequent, many saplings, fewer mature trees, the occasional ancient specimen standing out precisely because its survival to that age is improbable. The demographic youthfulness of hunter-gatherer communities was not a cultural preference or a social arrangement. It was the direct expression of the physical world these communities inhabited, the output of a set of ecological and biological pressures that pushed generation after generation in the same direction. The hunter-gatherer life was, in its physical demands, one of the most rigorous that any human population has ever sustained. It required the body to perform at a high level, consistently, across the full range of the seasons and the years. Hunting large game, the pursuit, the stalking, the coordination of the kill, the carrying of the carcass across distances that could be significant, demanded cardiovascular endurance, muscular strength, spatial intelligence, and the particular combination of patience and explosive capacity that effective hunting requires. Gathering plant foods, the walking of long distances, the digging of tubers, the climbing of trees for fruit and honey, the carrying of heavy loads back to camp was physically demanding in a different register, but equally sustained. The body that supported this life was a body in continuous use, and the world in which it operated did not offer the protections that would allow a damaged or declining body to continue functioning safely for long.
The mobility that hunter-gatherer life required was in itself a significant filter on who could remain a full member of the community. These were not sedentary groups. They moved, seasonally, in response to the movements of animals and the fruiting of plants and the availability of water, across territories that could be considerable. The ability to walk long distances with a load, to keep pace with the group, to carry children when necessary and tools and food at all times was not optional. It was the baseline requirement of participation in the life of the band. A body that could no longer meet this baseline, through injury, through illness, through the gradual physical decline that aging eventually produces, created a problem for the group that the group's resources and mobility did not always make it easy to solve. This is not to say that hunter-gatherer communities abandoned their weakest members. The archaeological evidence of healed injuries and long-term survival with significant physical limitations makes clear that care and support were real and consistent features of early human social life. But the physical demands of the mobile life created a world in which the full range of aging's physical consequences was harder to sustain.
The hazards of the hunter-gatherer world operated as a constant, low-level pruning force on the population. Not the dramatic, catastrophic events that historians tend to focus on, the famine, the epidemic, the violent conflict, but the steady, daily accumulation of risks that any person living close to the physical world without medical protection faces. The hunting accident, the fall from a height while gathering, the snake encountered in the grass, the infected wound that the immune system could not contain, the difficult childbirth that claimed mother or infant or both, the fever that rose too high and did not come down. None of these were inevitable outcomes of any single encounter. The human body's resilience meant that many such encounters were survived. But across a lifetime of such encounters, the cumulative probability that one of them would prove fatal was significant. The longer a person lived, the more such encounters they had faced, and the more such encounters they would continue to face. The arithmetic of accumulated risk operated as a ceiling on how many people in any given population could accumulate the decades that old age requires.
The particular vulnerability of women in reproductive years added another dimension to the demographic picture. Pregnancy and childbirth in a world without obstetric intervention carried genuine mortality risk. Not the extreme risk that popular imagination sometimes assigns to it, but a real and significant probability that a given pregnancy would end in the death of the mother, the infant, or both. In populations with high fertility rates, as hunter-gatherer populations typically had, with women bearing multiple children across their reproductive years, the cumulative risk of maternal mortality across multiple pregnancies was substantial. Women who survived their reproductive years had demonstrated a biological resilience that the years of childbearing had tested repeatedly, but many did not survive them, and the consistent mortality pressure on women of reproductive age was one of the forces that kept the older female population small.
The seasonal rhythms of the hunter-gatherer world created cycles of nutritional stress that further shaped the demographic profile of these communities. The lean season, the period when the game was scarce, when the plant foods of the previous season had been consumed and the new season's abundance had not yet arrived, was a time of reduced caloric intake for the entire group. For most healthy adults in their prime, this nutritional stress was manageable. The body's metabolic reserves, the fat stores, and the metabolic flexibility that the human body is extraordinarily well designed to deploy could carry a person through weeks of reduced intake without permanent damage. But for the very young and the very old, the members of the population whose metabolic reserves were smallest and whose physiological systems were least robust, the lean season was a genuine threat. Repeated cycles of nutritional stress across multiple years took a cumulative toll that expressed itself ultimately in the demographic thinning of the older age groups.
There is a concept in demographic analysis called the force of mortality, the rate at which a population is being reduced by death at any given age. In modern populations, the force of mortality is low in childhood after the first year of life, remains low through young adulthood, and then rises gradually through middle and old age as the biological processes of aging increase vulnerability to disease and physical failure. In prehistoric hunter-gatherer populations, the force of mortality had a different shape. It was extremely high in infancy and early childhood, dropped significantly for children who survived those early years, remained relatively elevated through all of adulthood compared to modern populations, because the external risks that modern medicine and sanitation have reduced were continuously present, and rose steeply in later life. The result was a population in which every age group was being reduced by mortality at a higher rate than in the modern world, and in which the compounding effect of that elevated mortality across the decades meant that very few people accumulated the full span of years that old age requires.
It would be wrong to paint the hunter-gatherer demographic reality as uniformly grim. The same physical world that created these mortality pressures also created a set of human capacities and social arrangements that were, in many respects, remarkably effective at sustaining life. The human immune system, evolved across the same conditions that produced these mortality pressures, was a sophisticated and powerful instrument for surviving the infections and parasites that the natural world generated. The social bonds of the hunter-gatherer band, the sharing of food, the collective child care, the support for injured or ill members, buffered individual vulnerability in ways that extended lives beyond what a solitary individual could have sustained. The physical fitness produced by the demands of the mobile life meant that the adults who survived childhood were, in many respects, in better physical condition than their modern counterparts. The hunter-gatherer world was not simply a world of early death. It was a world of vigorous life, punctuated by the mortality risks that the absence of modern protection created.
What the hunter-gatherer world produced, demographically, was a community of the young and the capable, a social structure built around the bodies of people who could run and hunt and carry and build and bear children, with only a small and rare layer of genuinely old survivors at the edge of the population. This structure was not designed, it was not chosen. It emerged from the intersection of biological capacity and environmental pressure over thousands of generations, the long, patient output of a species navigating a physical world that rewarded health and resilience and punished their absence with a directness that the modern world has substantially reduced. The tilt toward youth in the hunter-gatherer world was not a failure of the human body or a deficit of the human social arrangement. It was the demographic expression of what life looks like when it is lived close to the physical world, without the protections that only the last few centuries have made available.
As the night deepens around you, let the image of that young community rest in your awareness, not as a warning or a loss, but as a context. The world that shaped your body was a world of young people, moving through a physical landscape that demanded everything of them and offered, in return, the particular aliveness that comes from a life fully engaged with its own survival. the elders at the edge of that community, rare, watched, carrying the particular weight of having survived what most had not, were not simply old people. They were the exceptions, the biological lottery winners, the ones in whom the combination of resilience and fortune had compounded across enough years to produce something the community had learned to recognize as extraordinary. You carry that same biology tonight, the biology of a species that was built to be young and capable, and that has found in the changed world of the modern era that it can also be old. Both things are remarkable. Rest now in the body that holds them both. One of the most important distinctions in the entire story of human aging is one that rarely gets made clearly: the distinction between dying from the outside and dying from the inside. In the modern world, the overwhelming majority of deaths in wealthy countries are deaths from the inside, from the gradual failure of internal biological systems that have been running for decades and are finally reaching the limits of their capacity to repair and maintain themselves. Heart disease, cancer, stroke, organ failure. The long, slow dimming of a body whose cells have divided and repaired and divided again across so many years that the accumulated errors and the declining efficiency of the maintenance systems have finally become incompatible with continued function. These are deaths that emerge from within the body's own biology, from aging itself, in its most direct expression. They are deaths that require time. They require the body to have survived everything else long enough for the internal processes of decline to become the proximate cause of death. In the modern world, most people live long enough for this to happen. In the ancient world, most people did not. For the overwhelming majority of human prehistory, death came primarily from outside the body rather than from within it, not from the slow accumulation of cellular damage across decades, not from the gradual failure of systems that had been running for too long, but from the external world pressing in on a body that was, in many respects, biologically healthy, a body that had not yet reached the internal limits of its own biology, but that encountered something in the world around it that those internal resources could not overcome, an infection that the immune system could not contain, a wound that could not be cleaned and closed without the risk of sepsis, a childbirth that went wrong in ways that no available intervention could correct, a period of nutritional scarcity severe enough to push a body already under stress past the margin of survival. These were not failures of the body's biology in the sense that heart disease and cancer are failures. They were encounters between a functional biology and an external world that was, in specific and decisive moments, stronger than the body's capacity to resist it. The implications of this distinction are profound and underappreciated. When death comes primarily from outside, the internal biology of the body, its aging processes, its gradual cellular decline, the slow deterioration of its systems over time, becomes largely invisible. Not because it is not happening, but because most people do not live long enough for it to become the cause of death. The cells of a 35-year-old who dies of an infected wound are not aged cells. They are cells in the middle of their functional life, running the aging process at a stage that is, biologically, still far from its terminus. The body that died was not a body that had reached its internal limits. It was a body that encountered an external limit, a pathogen, a physical injury, a nutritional crisis, before it had the opportunity to discover what its internal limits actually were. In a world where this is the normal pattern of death, aging in the modern sense, the long, visible demographic presence of old bodies, simply does not accumulate in the population. The infections that killed so many in the prehistoric and ancient world were not the dramatic epidemic diseases that later became associated with the rise of dense agricultural settlements. The plague, the smallpox, the cholera that swept through cities and left thousands dead in a matter of weeks. Those diseases were, in large part, a product of the agricultural world's new conditions, the close proximity of humans and domesticated animals, the density of settlement that allowed pathogens to spread rapidly, the compromised nutrition of a diet narrowed to a few staple grains. The infections that shaped hunter-gatherer mortality were older and more intimate. The gastrointestinal pathogen contracted from contaminated water or improperly handled food. The respiratory infection that settled into the lungs of a body weakened by cold and inadequate shelter. The wound infection that followed an injury and progressed without antibiotic intervention. These were not dramatic killers. They were quiet, persistent, and relentlessly present in the daily life of a population that had no chemical defense against them.
Trauma was the other great external killer of the prehistoric world, the category of death that emerges not from biology encountering biology, but from the physical world encountering the body with more force than the body can absorb. Falls were a constant hazard in a landscape navigated on foot, without the safety infrastructure that modern life provides. Hunting large animals at close range with handheld weapons was a physically dangerous enterprise, even when it was conducted with skill and coordination. The wounded animal, the unexpected movement, the weight and force of a creature many times larger than the person attempting to kill it, the encounters with other human groups that the archaeological record shows were a recurring feature of prehistoric social life, carried their own risk of lethal violence. And the simple physical wear of a life spent in constant motion, the joints stressed by decades of walking and carrying, the spine compressed by loads, the muscles and tendons pushed repeatedly to their limits, created a background of cumulative physical damage that, in the absence of medical treatment, expressed itself in conditions that reduced resilience and increased vulnerability to other threats.
What is striking about the external causes of prehistoric death is how non-selective they were with respect to biological age, at least across the adult years. A wound infection does not preferentially kill the old. A traumatic injury does not spare the young adult and target the middle-aged. An inadequate food supply in the lean season does not automatically sort its victims by age in the way that the internal processes of aging do. These external causes of death operated across the full range of adult ages, taking people in their 20s as readily as people in their 50s, creating a mortality pattern that was less age-concentrated than the modern pattern of death from aging's internal processes. This broad adult mortality was part of what kept the elderly population small. Not just the specific vulnerabilities of advanced age, but the general mortality of the adult years that prevented many people from reaching advanced age at all. The contrast with modern patterns of death is stark enough to be worth stating explicitly. In a contemporary wealthy country, the vast majority of deaths occur in people who are over 65, and a significant proportion occur in people who are over 80. The causes of these deaths are overwhelmingly internal, the body's own biology running into its limits after decades of function. Death in younger adults is relatively rare, and when it occurs, it is typically the result of accidents, violence, or a small number of specific diseases that affect people across the age range. The separation between dying young and dying old is clear and statistically dramatic. In the prehistoric world, this separation was much less pronounced. Death was more evenly distributed across the adult age range because the external causes that drove it did not discriminate by age the way that biological aging does. The result was a mortality curve that looks, in its shape, fundamentally different from the modern one: broader, flatter across the adult years, less concentrated in the oldest age groups. There is an important corollary to this picture that is worth dwelling on. Because most prehistoric deaths were external rather than internal, because most people who died were not dying of the body's biological aging, but of encounters with the external world, the bodies of the people who survived those encounters were not, in many cases, significantly aged by the experience of having survived them. A 30-year-old who survived a serious wound infection was not aged by the experience in the way that 30 years of internal cellular decline ages a body. The surviving body was, in some important sense, still the body of a 30-year-old, damaged by the specific encounter perhaps, carrying the scar of it, but not fundamentally advanced in its internal aging process by having survived an external threat. This means that the survivors of the ancient world's mortality pressures, the ones who threaded their way through the external dangers and emerged on the other side, were often biologically in better internal condition than their survival through harsh circumstances might suggest.
The people who did reach old age in the prehistoric world were therefore a particularly selected group, not just lucky, but in many cases genuinely biologically robust. They had survived not only the childhood mortality that claimed so many before adulthood, but the ongoing adult mortality that the external world continuously imposed. They had done so not by avoiding all encounters with danger, in a world of constant physical risk that was impossible, but by having immune systems capable enough, bodies resilient enough, and perhaps judgment sound enough to survive the encounters that killed others. The elder in the hunter-gatherer band was, in this sense, a demonstration of something, a visible proof that the biology they carried was capable of outlasting the external world's attempts to terminate it. Their presence was not just the social resource of accumulated knowledge. It was a kind of biological advertisement, evidence of what the human body could do when it was both capable and fortunate enough to survive the outside world long enough to discover what the inside world was capable of.
As you rest in the quiet of this late hour, the outside world that pressed so relentlessly on your ancestors is for this night held at bay. The infections that killed without antibiotics, the wounds that could not be closed, the nutritional crises that pushed bodies past their margins, none of these are present in the room where you are resting. The external threats that were the primary cause of death for most of human history have been, in the world you inhabit, substantially reduced. What remains, for most people in the modern world, is the internal process, the body's own biology running its ancient program at a pace and in conditions that are, for the first time in the species' history, calm enough to let aging itself become visible. You are living inside the distinction that your ancestors never had the safety to discover, the difference between what the outside world can do to the body and what the body, left to its own devices, eventually does to itself. Tonight, the outside world is quiet. The inside world is doing its slow and ancient work. Rest inside it, as your ancestors rarely had the chance to do, in the particular safety of a night without external threat.
There is a difference between something existing and something being visible. A single tree that flowers once every 20 years exists, but to any observer who has only watched the forest for a season or two, it might as well not flower at all. The flowering is real, but its rarity places it outside the range of what the observer's experience teaches them to expect. Old age in the prehistoric world was like that flower. It existed. The archaeological record is unambiguous on this point. Skeletal remains showing the wear of many decades appear in prehistoric burial sites across the world, in every era and every geography that has been examined with sufficient care. Old people were present in early human communities. They were real. They breathed and ate and remembered and contributed and eventually died with the particular kind of biological wear that only many decades of living produces. And yet, in the most important practical sense, they were invisible. Invisible as a category, invisible as a demographic presence, invisible in the way that anything is invisible when it is too rare to define a recognizable pattern in the life of the community around it.
To understand what this invisibility means, it helps to think concretely about the numbers. A typical hunter-gatherer band, the social unit in which Homo sapiens lived for the vast majority of its existence, numbered somewhere between 20 and 50 individuals. The variation was real and significant, shaped by the productivity of the local landscape and the social dynamics of the specific group, but 20 to 50 captures the range that the evidence most consistently suggests. Within a group of this size, the demographic mathematics of prehistoric mortality, the high early mortality, the ongoing adult mortality from external causes, the cumulative attrition of a physically demanding life, meant that the number of individuals who had survived into what we would recognize as genuine old age was very small. In a band of 30 people, there might be one person over 60. In a band of 40, perhaps two. And in some bands, at some moments, there might be none at all, the previous elder having died, the next generation not yet having reached that age, the community temporarily without anyone who embodied the accumulated experience of truly many decades. One person in 30 is a presence, but it is not a category. It is not a recognizable stage of life in the way that childhood is a recognizable stage, or adulthood is a recognizable stage. Not something that enough members of the community are experiencing simultaneously for it to generate the social infrastructure, the shared expectations, the cultural scripts that turn a biological reality into a social fact. In the modern world, old age is a social fact. It has institutions built around it, language developed to describe it, a recognizable set of experiences and challenges and pleasures that people who are going through it can compare and discuss and find reflected in the culture around them. In the prehistoric world, old age was too rare to have generated any of this. The single elder in the band was not part of a cohort. They were not sharing the experience of aging with a peer group. They were, in the most literal demographic sense, alone in what they were going through, the only person in their immediate world who had lived this long, navigating a biological territory that no one around them had yet entered. This aloneness had a particular texture that is worth imagining carefully. The elder in the prehistoric band did not have contemporaries in the way that adults in their prime did. The people who had been their peers, the men and women who had grown up alongside them, who had learned to hunt and gather at the same time, who had navigated the same landscape and the same social dynamics through the same decades, were, by the time the elder had reached old age, mostly gone, taken by the infections and the injuries and the childbirth complications and the lean seasons that the elder, through some combination of biological resilience and fortunate circumstance, had survived. The elder's memory of these people, of the friends and siblings and partners whose lives had ended decades before, was a private archive of a world that no one else in the band could fully access because no one else had been alive long enough to share it. The longevity that produced the elder's knowledge also produced their isolation in time. And yet, and this is the other side of the invisibility, the elder's presence was noticed in ways that went beyond their demographic rarity. The very fact that they were rare made them significant. In a community of 30 people, the person who had lived twice as long as most of the adults around them was not simply older. They were different in kind, carrying a depth of experience and a breadth of memory that no one else in the community possessed. The landscape knowledge that the elder held, the memory of the flood that had changed the course of the river 40 years ago, the recollection of where the herds had moved in the last great drought, the knowledge of which plants in which locations had sustained the community through the last severe lean season, was not duplicated anywhere else in the band. It existed only in the elder, and its loss at the elder's death was a genuine and irreplaceable loss to the community's collective intelligence about the world it inhabited. The anthropologist might call this the grandmother effect, the hypothesis developed and debated across several decades of evolutionary and anthropological research that the presence of post-reproductive individuals in human communities provided a survival advantage significant enough to have influenced the evolution of human longevity. The grandmother who could no longer bear children, but could care for grandchildren while their parents gathered food, who could share the deep knowledge of the landscape and the seasons that decades of attentive living had produced, who could mediate the social conflicts of the group from a position of experience and relative detachment. This figure, the hypothesis suggests, was valuable enough to the group's survival that communities with more such individuals did better than communities with fewer. Over many generations, this advantage may have contributed to the relatively long post-reproductive lifespan that humans display compared to other primates. The elder who seemed, from the outside, simply old, was from the inside of the community's functional life a resource of considerable worth. The invisibility of old age in the prehistoric world was therefore a paradox, a demographic rarity that was simultaneously a social singularity. The elder was invisible as a category while being highly visible as an individual. Their rarity meant that old age did not generate the cultural infrastructure that common experiences generate, the shared language, the recognized stages, the institutional responses. But their presence when it occurred was unmistakable and unmissable within the small community that knew them. They were not invisible to the people around them. They were, in many respects, more visible than anyone else, the one person in the group whose continued existence was itself a kind of remarkable fact, whose age was not just a number, but a statement about what the human body and the human spirit were capable of surviving. There is something in this picture that speaks to a more general truth about how rarity and visibility interact. The things that are common become invisible through their commonness, absorbed into the background of the expected, noticed only in their absence. The things that are rare remain visible precisely because they stand out against the background of the common. Old age in the modern world has become, to a significant extent, invisible in this first sense, absorbed into the expected, commonplace enough that it no longer generates the particular quality of attention that rarity commands. The old person in the modern city is part of the landscape, unremarked, one of many. The old person in the prehistoric band was a singular presence, carrying in their continued existence something that the community around them recognized, however they expressed that recognition, as out of the ordinary. The invisibility of old age as a demographic category in the prehistoric world also shaped the experience of growing old in that world in ways that are difficult to fully reconstruct, but worth attempting to imagine. The elder did not have a cultural map for the territory they were traversing. There were no stories about what it was like to be this old, no accumulated wisdom passed down from previous generations about how to manage the physical and psychological changes of advanced age, no recognized model of how to be old in the way that there were recognized models of how to be a hunter or a mother or a leader. They were navigating, in some genuine sense, unmapped territory, discovering in their own body and their own experience things about human aging that no one around them had the opportunity to tell them because no one around them had been this way before. In the deep quiet of this late hour, let the image of that singular elder settle gently in your awareness, the one person in the band of 30 who had somehow navigated the full gauntlet of external dangers and biological challenges that had taken so many others, and who now sat at the fire carrying a depth of memory and experience that no one else in the community could match. Not a category, not a demographic, a person, specific, singular, the bearer of a private archive of decades that the world around them had not managed to terminate. Whatever old age means to you, whether it is already your territory or still a country you are traveling toward, it was, for most of the species' history, exactly this: one person, at the fire's edge, having outlasted the reasonable odds, carrying the world of the past into the present as the only person left who remembered it. Rest now, in the company of that long survival.
There is a particular kind of value that only rarity can produce. It is not the value of abundance, the steady, reliable worth of the thing that is always available, always present, always accessible when needed. It is the value of the irreplaceable, the worth that accrues to the thing that exists in only one place, that cannot be reproduced or substituted, that when lost is simply gone without remainder. In the prehistoric world, the elder was this kind of value, not because old age was inherently more worthy than youth, not because the accumulated years of a long life were philosophically superior to the fewer years of a shorter one, but because the specific contents of an elder's mind, the particular memories and knowledge and pattern recognition that only decades of attentive living in a specific landscape could produce, existed nowhere else in the community. When the elder died, that content died with them. And in a world without writing, without recording, without any technology for storing information outside the living human mind, the death of the community's elder was the deletion of an archive that had taken a lifetime to build and could not be rebuilt.
To appreciate what that archive contained, it helps to think carefully about the specific kinds of knowledge that the passage of time produces in a person living close to the natural world. The elder in a hunter-gatherer band had spent decades observing the landscape in which the community lived, watching it through the full cycle of the seasons, year after year, accumulating not just the knowledge of a single season's patterns, but the deeper knowledge of how those patterns varied across years, how the exceptional year differed from the typical year, how the signs that preceded drought or flood or unusual animal movement could be read in the landscape before the event itself arrived. This multi-year pattern recognition, the ability to see not just what the landscape was doing now, but how that compared to what it had done across decades of observation, was qualitatively different from the knowledge a younger adult could possess. The 30-year-old hunter knew the landscape of the last decade. The 60-year-old elder knew the landscape of the last 4 decades, including the events that the 30-year-old had never witnessed and could not have known to anticipate.
The practical significance of this deep temporal knowledge was highest precisely in the moments of greatest danger, the moments when the community needed most urgently to make good decisions and had the least margin for error. In a normal year, the knowledge of the young and experienced adult was sufficient. The game moved where it usually moved. The plants fruited when they usually fruited. The water was where it usually was. But in the unusual year, the year of drought, or of unusually early cold, or of flooding that changed the landscape's navigability, the young adult's decade of experience was insufficient. The community needed to know what had happened before, how previous crises of this kind had been navigated, which strategies had worked and which had failed, what resources existed in parts of the territory that had not been visited in years because they had not recently been needed. This was the elders' knowledge. This was the content of the archive that their survival into old age had produced, and that their death would erase.
The anthropological record of more recent hunter-gatherer societies, studied by researchers before those societies were substantially disrupted by contact with the industrial world, consistently documents this pattern of elder knowledge and its importance to community survival. Among the Kung San of southern Africa, the Hadza of Tanzania, the Aboriginal Australians of the Western Desert, and many other groups, the elder members of the community were recognized holders of landscape knowledge that younger members did not possess, knowledge of water sources that had not been used in years, of food plants that were accessed only in times of scarcity, of territorial boundaries and social relationships with neighboring groups that went back further than anyone else's memory. This knowledge was not merely historical or academic, it was operational,
activated in the moments when the community's normal strategies were insufficient and the deeper archive of exceptional year knowledge needed to be accessed. Beyond landscape knowledge, the elder carried a different kind of resource that was equally without substitute: the social memory of the community itself. In a world without writing, the history of the group existed only in the minds of those who had lived through it. The social alliances, the obligations, the conflicts and their resolutions, the kinship relationships that extended across multiple generations, all of this was carried in human memory, and the deepest memory of it was carried by the people who had been alive the longest. The elder who remembered the alliance made with a neighboring band 3 decades ago, who had been present at the negotiation, who knew the personalities involved, who could speak to the spirit of the agreement rather than just the terms, was the community's connection to a social past that would otherwise be inaccessible. When that elder died, the living memory of that alliance died with them, leaving only the younger generation's second-hand account of something they had been told rather than witnessed. The social mediation function of the elder was a third dimension of their value that went beyond the informational. In the small, close-quarters life of a hunter-gatherer band, conflict was an inevitable feature of daily existence. Conflict over food distribution, over mating opportunities, over the direction of the group's movement, over the countless small decisions that communal life requires. The resolution of these conflicts required a combination of authority and impartiality that was difficult to achieve without the specific quality that age and the accumulated respect of many years could provide. The elder who had demonstrated across decades the capacity for fair judgment and the willingness to prioritize the community's welfare over personal advantage had earned a kind of authority that could not be claimed by the young, however capable they were. Their voice in conflict carried weight, not because they could physically enforce their judgment, but because the community had learned across many years of observation that their judgment was worth hearing. This authority was most important in the decisions that carried the highest stakes, the decisions that determined whether the community would move or stay, whether it would engage or avoid a neighboring group, whether it would attempt a dangerous resource acquisition or conserve its energy for a more certain option. These decisions required the integration of many kinds of information: the immediate physical situation, the social dynamics of the group, the historical record of how similar situations had played out in the past. The elder who could hold all of these dimensions simultaneously, who could say from direct experience what had worked and what had failed in the last similar crisis, was an irreplaceable resource in exactly the moments when the community's survival depended on making the right call. There is a concept in information theory called the value of a signal, the degree to which a piece of information reduces uncertainty about a situation. The elder's knowledge, in the context of the prehistoric community, was extraordinarily high-value signal in precisely this sense. In a world where uncertainty was the permanent condition, where the landscape's behavior, the movements of game, the weather's intentions, the neighboring group's disposition were all genuinely unknown, information that reduced that uncertainty was among the most precious resources the community possessed. The elder was a living library of uncertainty-reducing information, much of it not available anywhere else. Their value was not sentimental, it was functional, as real and as concrete as the value of a reliable water source or a productive hunting ground. All of this helps explain something that might otherwise seem puzzling about the archaeological and anthropological evidence of how prehistoric communities treated their elderly members. The evidence of care, of healed fractures and long-term survival with significant physical limitations, of burial practices that accorded the same or greater respect to older individuals as to younger ones,
of the consistent documentary evidence in observed hunter-gatherer societies of deliberate support for elders who could no longer fully participate in the community's physical labor, is not puzzling when understood in the context of what those elders represented. They were not simply old people being cared for out of sentiment or social obligation. They were the community's most irreplaceable informational resource, the living archive of decades of accumulated experience that existed nowhere else and could not be reconstructed once lost. The care extended to them was, in a very practical sense, the community's investment in its own most valuable form of memory. As you rest in the quiet of this late hour, let the elder at the fire's edge remain in your awareness for a moment longer, not as an abstract demographic category, but as a specific person, the bearer of an irreplaceable archive, sitting in the knowledge that they carry things no one else around them carries, and that the loss of those things would be a genuine impoverishment of the community they love. There is something in that image that speaks to a truth about all knowledge and all memory, that it lives in specific people, that it is accumulated through specific lives, and that it is lost when those lives end in a way that no general principle of preservation can entirely prevent. The elder at the fire was the living proof that time, whatever it cost the body, produces something that nothing else can, the archive of a long and attentive life, the irreplaceable record of the world as it actually was, held by the person who actually saw it. Sleep now, carrying that thought into the restorative dark.
There is a force in the natural world that operates so slowly and so continuously that its effects are almost impossible to see in any single moment, but become unmistakable across the span of years and decades. It is the force of selection through movement, the way that the requirement of sustained physical mobility, repeated season after season across the full span of a life, gradually and silently separates those who can continue from those who cannot. In the modern world, this force has been largely suspended. Roads and vehicles and the built infrastructure of settled life mean that a person's ability to move through the landscape on their own physical power is no longer a prerequisite for their continued participation in the life of their community. But for the overwhelming majority of human history, for the hunter-gatherer communities that represent the baseline social form of the species, movement was not optional. The landscape changed, the resources moved, the seasons turned, and the community that did not move with them did not eat. In that world, the requirement of mobility was a filter that operated on every member of the group, every season, for as long as they lived. And it was a filter that the aging body, in the end, could not pass indefinitely. The African landscapes in which Homo sapiens first formed were not stable backgrounds. They were dynamic systems, shifting across seasons, across years, and across the longer cycles of climatic change that characterized the Pleistocene epoch in which the species evolved. The Pleistocene, spanning roughly 2.5 million years and ending only about 12,000 years ago, was a period of repeated climatic oscillation, alternating glacial and interglacial periods that drove dramatic changes in temperature, rainfall, and the distribution of vegetation and animal life across the African continent and beyond. During cooler, drier periods, the grasslands expanded and the forests contracted. During warmer, wetter periods, the pattern reversed. Lakes filled and drained. Rivers changed course. The landscapes that had supported particular animal populations and plant communities in one era became inhospitable to them in the next, driving migrations that the human groups who depended on those resources were compelled to follow. For the people living within these shifting landscapes, climatic change was not a geological abstraction. It was a lived reality, the slow, season-by-season alteration of the world that their survival depended on,
requiring continuous adjustment, and when the adjustment required a significant change in territory, the physical challenge of moving the entire community to a new location. The archaeological evidence of early human dispersal across Africa, and eventually out of Africa and across the globe, reflects this dynamic. The repeated expansion of human populations into new territories, driven, at least in part, by the environmental pressures that made existing territories less viable. These dispersals were not the organized migrations of historical periods, with their planned routes and established destinations. They were the gradual, generation-by-generation drift of small, mobile communities following resources through a changing world. A drift that, over thousands of years, carried the species to every habitable corner of the planet. Within this context of climate-driven movement, the physical demands placed on every member of the community were substantial and unrelenting. The seasonal migration that most hunter-gatherer groups undertook, moving between territories as resources shifted through the year, required the ability to walk significant distances with a load, day after day, across terrain that was not engineered for easy passage. The distances involved varied by environment, but studies of recent hunter-gatherer groups suggest that seasonal movements of tens to hundreds of kilometers were common, with daily travel distances during active migration periods reaching 10 to 20 kilometers or more. For a young adult in good health, these demands were manageable, the body built for exactly this kind of sustained effort. The cardiovascular system and musculoskeletal architecture of Homo sapiens, shaped by millions of years of ancestral selection for efficient long-distance locomotion. For an aging body, the same demands became progressively more difficult to meet. The aging process attacks, with particular efficiency, precisely the physical capacities that long-distance movement requires. Muscle mass, the foundation of the carrying capacity and locomotive power that migration demands, begins its gradual, decades-long decline in the 30s and accelerates through the 50s and 60s. Bone density, which supports the structural integrity of a body under repeated locomotive stress, follows a similar trajectory. Joint cartilage, the cushioning that makes long-distance walking sustainable across a lifetime, degrades with use and age in ways that are essentially irreversible without medical intervention. Cardiovascular efficiency, the capacity to deliver oxygen to working muscles across hours of sustained effort, declines progressively with age even in fit individuals. None of these changes happen suddenly. They accumulate slowly, imperceptibly in the short term, becoming significant only across the span of decades. But in a world where the ability to move with the group was a prerequisite for continued membership in it, the slow accumulation of these changes was a slow accumulation of vulnerability. The climatic events that periodically stressed early human populations, the droughts, the cold snaps, the floods, the years when the normal seasonal resources failed and the group was forced to move further or faster than usual in search of alternatives, were the moments when this accumulated vulnerability became most consequential. In the normal year, an elder who moved more slowly than the young adults might be accommodated, the group adjusting its pace, sharing the burden of carrying, finding ways to include the person whose physical capacity had declined. The human social instinct for care and inclusion is real and well documented in the archaeological and anthropological evidence, and it meant that the first stages of physical decline did not automatically translate into exclusion. But in the crisis year, the year of severe drought, the year when the normal territory could not sustain the group and a long-distance move became necessary, the margin for accommodation narrowed. The community that moved too slowly might not reach the resources it needed. The body that could not keep pace was in those moments a genuine problem for the community's survival. The evidence for more recent hunter-gatherer societies studied by anthropologists suggests that the management of this tension between the community's genuine care for its elder members and the physical demands that climatic stress could impose was handled with a pragmatism born of necessity. In most circumstances, elders were supported and included. Their knowledge was valued, their presence sustained through collective effort. But in the most extreme circumstances, the catastrophic drought, the long forced migration, the situation in which the community's survival required a pace that not everyone could maintain, the archaeological and ethnographic record contains evidence of outcomes that the modern world would find deeply uncomfortable. Not systematic abandonment, not cultural indifference to elder welfare, but the kind of hard choices that communities under existential stress have always sometimes faced, in which the survival of the many required accepting the loss of the few who could not continue.
It would be a mistake to dwell on those extreme moments as if they defined the relationship between hunter-gatherer communities and their elders. They did not. What defined that relationship, in its normal expression, was the same combination of practical value and social obligation that Chapter 6 explored. The recognition that the elders' knowledge was irreplaceable, combined with the social bonds of a community that had lived closely together for decades. The climatic and locomotor filter that operated on the elder population was not a policy or a choice. It was an environmental reality, the world's way of eventually ending every life, including the lives of those who had survived long enough to accumulate the experience that made them so valuable. The filter was real. The care was also real. Both were features of the same world. What this chapter's perspective adds to the picture is a sense of the scale of time across which these filters operated, not just the lifetime of a single elder, but the deep time of climatic change across which the demographic structure of early human populations was continuously shaped. Over thousands of generations, the combination of high early mortality, ongoing adult mortality from external causes, and the locomotor and climatic filter that operated with particular force on aging bodies produced a population structure that was consistently and reliably young, not by accident, not by choice, but by the accumulated weight of environmental pressure operating across a span of time that dwarfs all of recorded history. The world was, for most of the time that humans have existed, a young world, shaped by forces that consistently, generation after generation, prevented large numbers of people from accumulating the decades that old age requires. As the night moves through its deepest hours, let the scale of that deep time rest in your awareness, not as a weight, but as a context, the vast temporal backdrop against which the particular moment of your own life is taking place. The climatic shifts that drove human populations across continents, the seasonal migrations that tested every body in every generation, the filters that operated across 200,000 years to keep the human world young. All of that is the history inside which this present moment exists. The body resting now is the product of all those filtered generations, all those climatic pressures, all those seasonal demands that the ancestors met or did not meet. It is a body shaped for movement through a changing world. Tonight it is still. The climate for this night is managed. The migration for this generation has reached a place of rest. Sleep in the particular luxury of a body that was built for the world's demands and finds tonight that the world is not making them.
Every living system operates within a budget, not a budget in the modern financial sense, not a spreadsheet of income and expenditure managed by a conscious mind, but a biological budget, a real and absolute constraint on how much energy is available to the system and how that energy can be allocated across the competing demands that keeping the system alive and functional requires. For the human body, This budget is denominated in calories, the units of chemical energy extracted from food and distributed through the metabolic systems that evolution has refined across millions of years to the tissues and organs and processes that need them. The brain demands its 20%, the heart demands its continuous supply, the muscles demand their share when they are working, and a reduced but still significant share when they are at rest. The immune system demands energy to maintain its surveillance and to respond when threats are detected. Reproduction demands an enormous allocation when it is active. And running through all of these competing demands, the slow and continuous work of cellular maintenance and repair, the process of keeping the body's biological machinery in working order, demands whatever is left after the more immediately urgent claims have been satisfied. In a world of reliable abundance, this maintenance budget can be generous. In a world of chronic scarcity, it is the first thing to be reduced.
The hunter-gatherer world was not a world of reliable abundance. It was a world of fluctuation, seasonal cycles of relative plenty followed by relative scarcity, punctuated by the occasional severe shortage that tested the community's resources and resilience to their limits. The human metabolic system is extraordinarily well designed for this kind of variable environment. It stores energy during abundance in forms that can be mobilized during scarcity. It downregulates non-essential processes during shortage to conserve the energy that essential ones require. It maintains a remarkable flexibility in what it can use as fuel, shifting between glucose and fat and, in extremis, protein catabolism as the availability of different energy sources changes. These adaptations are the product of millions of years of selection in exactly the kind of fluctuating environment that the Pleistocene provided. The human body is, among other things, a masterpiece of energy management under uncertainty.
But the masterpiece has limits, and one of those limits is the maintenance budget's vulnerability to the competing demands of a body under sustained caloric stress. When food is scarce and the body's energy income falls below the level required to meet all of its demands simultaneously, the allocation system that evolution has built into human metabolism follows a clear hierarchy of priorities. Immediate survival comes first. The brain and the heart and the organs of basic function receive their allocation before anything else. Physical performance comes second. The muscles that enable food acquisition receive enough fuel to keep the body functional as a foraging and hunting machine, because a body that cannot move cannot find more food. Immune function receives what it can, because the threats to survival that pathogens and parasites represent are immediate enough to command a significant allocation even in shortage. Reproduction is suppressed. The hormonal systems that govern fertility are sensitive to energy status in ways that reduce reproductive investment when the body's energy budget is under stress. And cellular maintenance, the slow, expensive, long-term work of repairing the damage that metabolism and time continuously inflict on the body's biological machinery, receives what remains after all of these other claims have been met, which in a body under sustained caloric stress may be very little.
The implications of this hierarchy for the aging process are significant and underappreciated. Cellular maintenance is, in a very real sense, the biological mechanism of longevity, the process by which the body's systems are kept in working order across the decades, the accumulated damage of normal metabolic activity repaired before it becomes irreversible, the integrity of the DNA and the proteins and the cellular membranes maintained against the relentless chemical assault that simply being alive inflicts on them. When this maintenance budget is generous, when the body has sufficient energy to attend fully to the work of repair and upkeep, the rate of biological aging is slower. When the maintenance budget is chronically reduced, when the body is repeatedly forced to deprioritize repair in favor of more immediately pressing demands, the rate of biological aging is faster. In a world of frequent caloric stress, the maintenance budget is frequently reduced. In a world of reliable abundance, it is more consistently available. The energy economics of the food environment, in this sense, directly shapes how quickly or slowly the body ages.
The prehistoric hunter-gatherer body was not simply dealing with the normal metabolic costs of an active life. It was dealing with those costs in a context of frequent and sometimes severe caloric insufficiency. The lean season, the failed hunt, the drought that reduced the plant food available, these were not exceptional events in the hunter-gatherer world. They were structural features of it, recurring with the regularity of the seasons in a world without the stored surplus and supply chain infrastructure that buffer modern populations against food scarcity. Each episode of caloric stress reduced the maintenance budget. Each reduction in the maintenance budget allowed a small increment of unrepaired damage to accumulate. Across the years and decades of a long life, these increments compounded, not dramatically, not in ways that were visible day to day, but in the slow, cumulative biological arithmetic that is what aging at the cellular level actually is.
This energy-aging relationship helps explain a pattern that the archaeological and anthropological evidence consistently shows, that the biological age of many prehistoric adults, as estimated from skeletal and dental wear, often exceeded their chronological age. A 40-year-old in a hunter-gatherer population might display the physical markers of aging that a 55- or 60-year-old displays in a modern, well-nourished population. The body had aged faster than the calendar because the caloric stresses, the physical demands, the repeated cycles of shortage and recovery had accelerated the biological processes of aging in ways that the body's maintenance systems, chronically under-resourced, could not fully prevent. The elder who appeared very old in the prehistoric community might, in purely chronological terms, have been younger than their appearance suggested. The energy economics of their world had extracted a biological cost that the years alone cannot account for.
There is a second dimension to the energy economics of longevity that goes beyond the individual body and operates at the level of the community. In a world without stored surplus, the energy budget of the group, the total calories available for distribution across all of the community's members, was limited by what could be gathered and hunted in the immediate environment. Every person who consumed calories without contributing proportionally to the caloric income of the group was a net drain on that communal budget. Infants and young children were such drains, unavoidably because their survival required caloric investment before they could make any return. This drain was accepted because children represented the community's future, its biological continuity, the next generation of hunters and gatherers who would eventually provide more than they consumed. But the elderly person who had passed beyond the stage of full physical contribution, who consumed the calories that the young adults gathered while being able to contribute only knowledge and social function rather than direct food acquisition, existed in a different economic relationship with the group's energy budget.
This is not to suggest that prehistoric communities performed explicit cost-benefit analyses of their elderly members or made conscious decisions about the energy economics of elder support. The social bonds that held hunter-gatherer communities together were real and powerful, and the evidence is clear that they sustained genuine care for members who could not fully contribute to physical subsistence. But the energy arithmetic was real, regardless of whether it was consciously calculated. Communities in which the ratio of producers to dependents was too unfavorable faced genuine survival pressure. The ecological margin, the gap between what the landscape provided and what the community needed, was in many environments thin enough that a significant shift in the producer-dependent ratio could push the community toward crisis. And in a world without institutional mechanisms for managing this ratio, no pensions, no stored surplus sufficient to buffer many dependent years, no agricultural system capable of generating the kind of consistent excess that could support a large non-producing population, the energy economics of elder support placed a real ceiling on how many old people any community could sustainably maintain. The ceiling was not absolute, and it was not the same in every environment or every season.
In the good years, in the productive landscapes, in the periods of seasonal abundance, communities could sustain their elders with something approaching generosity. The energy budget was sufficient, the margin was comfortable, and the question of whether the elders' caloric consumption was justified by their contributions to the group did not press with urgency. But in the lean years, in the marginal landscapes, in the periods of climatic stress that the Pleistocene regularly produced, the ceiling became real and consequential. The energy economics of a community under caloric stress could not sustain the same number of dependent elders as the energy economics of a community in abundance. The ceiling that seemed comfortable in good times became a hard constraint in difficult ones. And the difficult times were, in the long run, the times that most decisively shaped the demographic structure of the population. As the night carries you toward its deepest and most restorative hours, let the energy economics of the ancient world rest in the background of your awareness, not as a grim accounting, but as a context that makes the present moment legible. The body resting now is a body whose maintenance budget is tonight unconstrained by caloric stress. The cellular repair work that the ancient body frequently had to defer, the slow, important work of keeping the biological machinery in order, is proceeding tonight without competition from the demands of scarcity or the urgency of physical threat. The maintenance budget is full. The ceiling that the ancient world's energy economics placed on longevity is for this night and for this life lifted. The body is doing what it was always capable of doing when the resources were sufficient, taking care of itself, quietly and completely, in the dark. Sleep inside that sufficiency. Let the ancient repair work proceed. The budget tonight is generous, and the body knows exactly what to do with it. Evolution is at its core a sorting mechanism. It sorts across generations, favoring the traits that increase the likelihood of survival to reproduction and the successful raising of offspring, and allowing the traits that reduce those likelihoods to diminish or disappear from the population over time. It does not plan, it does not aspire, it does not look forward to the future and design organisms for the lives they will eventually live. It responds, generation by generation, to the outcomes of the lives already lived, tallying which traits produced more surviving offspring and which produced fewer, and shifting the distribution of traits in the population accordingly. This process, repeated across thousands of generations, has produced the human body as it exists today, a remarkably sophisticated biological instrument whose design reflects in every detail the pressures of the environments in which it was shaped. And one of the things that the design of the human body most clearly reflects is that evolution, for most of the time it was shaping our species, had very little reason to invest in what we might call the long retirement, the extended post-productive years of advanced old age that the modern world has made common. To understand why, it helps to think about what evolution is actually optimizing for. The currency of natural selection is not longevity. It is not health, not happiness, not the subjective quality of a life well lived. It is reproductive success, the number of offspring that survive to reproduce themselves, weighted by the genetic contribution of the individual in question to those offspring. A trait that increases reproductive success at the cost of longevity is, from evolution's perspective, a good trade. A trait that increases longevity without increasing reproductive success is, from evolution's perspective, a neutral outcome at best, worth neither investing in nor selecting against, simply present in the population as a feature that selection has not had sufficient reason to act upon in either direction. The human body was not built for a long retirement, because a long retirement, in the environment in which the body was shaped, did not reliably increase reproductive success. It was possible, it was occasionally present, but it was not the outcome that selection pressure was organized around achieving. The concept that evolutionary biologists use to describe this dynamic is called life history theory, the framework for understanding how natural selection allocates an organism's limited biological resources across the competing demands of growth, reproduction, and maintenance across the lifespan. Every organism faces a fundamental trade-off between investing resources in reproduction early in life and investing resources in the maintenance of the body that would allow reproduction to continue later. An organism that invests heavily in early reproduction may produce more offspring in total if life is short and uncertain, because it captures the reproductive opportunity while it is available, rather than deferring it in the hope of a later opportunity that may never arrive. An organism that invests heavily in maintenance and defers reproduction may produce more offspring in total if life is long and safe, because the maintained body can continue reproducing over a longer period. Evolution shapes the balance of this trade-off to match the mortality environment in which the organism lives.
In high mortality environments, environments where external causes of death are frequent and unpredictable, where the probability of surviving any given year is meaningfully reduced by the risks that environment generates, life history theory predicts that selection will favor early reproduction and relatively less investment in long-term bodily maintenance. The logic is direct. If there is a significant probability that the body will be killed by an external cause before it has the opportunity to benefit from investments in long-term maintenance, then those investments have a lower expected return than investments in early reproduction. The bird that breeds as early as possible in a predator-rich environment leaves more descendants than the bird that defers breeding to invest in a longer life that the predators may terminate before it is realized. The same logic applies to humans in the high mortality environment of the Pleistocene, the environment in which the basic parameters of the human life history were set.
What this means, translated into the biology of the human body, is that the systems responsible for the maintenance of the body across time, the DNA repair mechanisms, the cellular quality control processes, the hormonal systems that regulate tissue maintenance and renewal, were calibrated by selection to be robust through the reproductive years and progressively less so afterward. Not because evolution designed a body that was intended to fail after reproduction. Evolution does not intend anything, but because selection pressure for the maintenance of those systems weakened as the body moved past the stage at which its reproductive contribution was most significant. Mutations that caused the maintenance systems to become less efficient in later life were not strongly selected against, because in the high mortality environment of the Pleistocene, most individuals did not survive to the ages at which those mutations would express their effects. The result, accumulated across thousands of generations, is a body whose maintenance systems are genuinely excellent through the reproductive years and gradually less excellent afterward, not by design, but by the absence of the selection pressure that would have been required to make them otherwise.
The evolutionary biologist Peter Medawar described this dynamic in the 1950s through the concept of mutation accumulation, the idea that late-acting harmful mutations can accumulate in populations because natural selection has diminishing power to remove them as their age of expression increases. A mutation that causes a fatal disease at age 20 is strongly selected against. It removes individuals from the population before they have reproduced, reducing its frequency in subsequent generations. A mutation that causes a debilitating condition at age 70 is weakly selected against. By the time it expresses itself, most individuals carrying it have already reproduced and passed it on. Over many generations, this asymmetry allows late-acting harmful mutations to accumulate in the population in ways that early-acting ones cannot. The result is a species whose biology contains, alongside its robust early life systems, a collection of late life vulnerabilities that selection never had sufficient reason to eliminate, because in the environment where the selection was operating, most individuals never lived long enough to encounter them. The concept of antagonistic pleiotropy, developed by the evolutionary biologist George Williams in the 1950s alongside Medawar's work, adds another dimension. Some of the biological traits that cause problems in late life may actually be the same traits that provided advantages in early life, the same genetic variant expressing differently at different ages, beneficial early and harmful late. The metabolic systems that efficiently store energy as fat provide a survival advantage in environments of frequent scarcity. They buffer the individual against the caloric deficits that lean seasons produce. But in an environment of reliable abundance, those same systems contribute to the metabolic conditions that increase risk for cardiovascular disease and type 2 diabetes. The inflammatory responses that aggressively fight infection in early life provide a survival advantage against the pathogen environment of the prehistoric world. But in later life, dysregulated inflammation contributes to the chronic inflammatory conditions that drive much of the biological aging process. Evolution invested in these traits because they were beneficial in the environment and at the life stage where selection pressure was strongest. Their late life costs were, from selection's perspective, acceptable, because in the prehistoric world, most individuals never reached the ages at which those costs became significant.
What all of this means for the question of why old age was rare for most of human history is that the rarity was not only a matter of external circumstance, of the infections and injuries and caloric stresses that killed people before they could age. It was also a matter of internal biology, of the ways in which the body itself, calibrated by selection for a high mortality environment, was not optimized for the extended maintenance that a long life requires. The same body that performs extraordinarily well through the reproductive years, that is, in terms of physical capacity and biological resilience, among the most impressive instruments that evolution has produced, carries within it the accumulated late-life vulnerabilities of a species that was never strongly selected for post-reproductive longevity. It is not a broken body. It is a body whose design priorities reflect the world it was built in, a world where getting to reproduction and successfully raising offspring was the central challenge, and where surviving well beyond that challenge was, for most of the species' history, an uncommon accident rather than an expected outcome.
There is something important to hold in this understanding, not as a cause for despair about the body's limitations, but as a reframing of what those limitations mean. The body that slows in the 50s and stiffens in the 60s and gradually loses the effortless physical capacity of the earlier decades is not failing to achieve what it was designed to achieve. It is a body whose design priorities were set in a different world, a world where the challenge was early survival and reproduction, not extended post-reproductive maintenance, and that is now being asked to perform well in conditions that its design did not specifically anticipate. It is doing remarkably well at this unanticipated task. The very fact that it can sustain function across 7 or 8 or 9 decades at all, that the maintenance systems, though not optimized for the long retirement, are robust enough to sustain life and function across far longer than the ancient world's mortality environment typically allowed, is itself a testament to the quality of the biological instrument that evolution produced. It was built for a shorter run. It turns out to be capable of a much longer one. That capacity is not guaranteed by design. It is a gift of the biology, operating beyond the parameters that shaped it.
As the night moves through its quietest hours, let the evolutionary perspective rest gently in your awareness, not as a cold biological accounting, but as a context that carries its own kind of comfort. The body that is resting now was built by a process that cared, in its blind and patient way, about one thing above all: that the line would continue, that the next generation would exist, that the biological project that began in the first living cells and has been running without interruption for billions of years would keep running through this particular body into the next generation and the one after that. In that central project, the human body has been an extraordinary success, one of the most reproductively successful large mammals that has ever existed, carrying the line forward through every challenge the world has placed in its path. The long retirement that evolution did not specifically invest in is, from the perspective of that central project, extra time, time beyond the original brief, time that the changed world has made possible, and that the body is navigating as best it can with the biology it was given. It is navigating it tonight, in the dark, in the quiet, with the same deep competence that has always characterized it. Sleep well inside that competence. The line continues.
There is a moment in every human life, different for each person, arriving at different times in different bodies, but arriving nonetheless, when the trajectory that the body has been following since birth quietly changes direction. For most of the first decades of life, the body moves upward, gaining strength, gaining density, gaining the accumulated physical capacity that the years of growth and development progressively deliver. The muscles become more powerful, the bones become more dense, the cardiovascular system becomes more efficient, the immune system becomes more sophisticated, the brain's processing speed reaches its peak. This upward trajectory is so consistent, so universal, so clearly the direction in which the body is designed to move, that it can feel like the natural and permanent state of affairs, like the body's default condition, the direction it will continue moving indefinitely if nothing interferes. And then, somewhere in the middle decades of life, in ways that are subtle at first and become progressively less subtle with each passing year, the trajectory changes. Not suddenly, not dramatically, not in a way that announces itself clearly on any particular day. But the direction has shifted. The peak has been reached, and the body, faithful to its ancient biological programming, has begun the long, slow process of letting go.
The peak is not a single moment. It is a range, a period of years or even decades, during which the body's various systems reach their individual high points at different times, some earlier and some later, producing a complex overlapping pattern of peak and post-peak function that varies significantly from system to system and person to person. Muscular strength typically peaks somewhere in the late 20s to early 30s. Bone density peaks around 30. Cardiovascular efficiency peaks in the late 20s. The immune system's responsiveness to novel pathogens is at its strongest in early adulthood. Cognitive processing speed, the raw speed at which the brain handles new information, peaks remarkably early in the late teens and early 20s, though other aspects of cognitive function, including vocabulary and the integration of accumulated knowledge, continue increasing for decades. The reproductive system follows its own trajectory, with female fertility declining noticeably from the mid-30s and ending at menopause, while male reproductive capacity declines more gradually across the middle decades. The peak, understood accurately, is not a single summit, but a mountain range, a complex terrain of high points reached and passed at different times, the body's many systems following their individual life histories within the larger arc of the whole. The letting go that follows the peak is equally distributed across the body's systems and equally varied in its pace and its expression. Muscle mass declines, the process called sarcopenia, beginning subtly in the 30s and accelerating through the 50s and 60s, reducing the body's capacity for the kind of sustained physical effort that it performed so easily in its prime. Bone density follows its own declining arc, the same bone that was built up through the growth years being gradually lost through the post-peak decades, leaving the skeleton progressively more vulnerable to the fractures that become one of the serious health risks of advanced age. The cardiovascular system's efficiency declines, the heart's maximum output decreasing, the arterial walls gradually losing the elasticity that allows them to accommodate the pressure of the blood moving through them. The immune system's responsiveness weakens. The thymus, the organ responsible for training the T cells that are the immune system's most sophisticated defenders, gradually shrinking and reducing its output across the middle and later decades. The brain, despite retaining and in some respects increasing its cognitive sophistication, loses processing speed and becomes more vulnerable to the neurodegenerative processes that threaten its function in late life. Why does the body do this? Not in the teleological sense, not what purpose does it serve, because biology does not operate through purpose, but in the mechanistic sense. What is actually happening at the cellular and molecular level that produces this universal pattern of post-peak decline? The answer involves several converging processes that operate simultaneously and interact in ways that make aging, at the biological level, a genuinely complex and multi-causal phenomenon. Cellular aging is driven partly by the progressive shortening of telomeres, the protective caps at the ends of chromosomes that are worn down slightly with each cell division until a cell's telomeres are too short to allow further division, at which point the cell enters a state called senescence. Senescent cells accumulate in the tissues as aging proceeds, releasing inflammatory signals that damage neighboring cells and contribute to the chronic low-grade inflammation that underlies much of the pathology of late life. DNA repair systems, while sophisticated, are imperfect, allowing a gradual accumulation of mutations and genetic damage that affect cell function and increases the risk of cancer. Protein quality control systems, the molecular machinery that identifies misfolded proteins and either corrects them or marks them for degradation, become less efficient with age, allowing the accumulation of protein aggregates that disrupt cell function. These processes are not failures of the body's design. They are the predictable consequences of running a biological system, however well maintained, across many decades of use. The evolutionary logic of why these processes proceed unchecked was explored in the previous chapter. The weakening of selection pressure for maintenance in the post-reproductive years, the accumulation of late-acting mutations that selection never had sufficient reason to eliminate, the antagonistic pleiotropy of traits that were beneficial early and costly late. But the phenomenology of what it actually feels like to inhabit a body moving through this process, the lived experience of the biological letting go, is something that the evolutionary framework alone cannot fully capture. It is a gradual discovery made across the years of the difference between what the body could do and what it can do now. Not a sudden loss, not a catastrophic failure, but the accumulation of small adjustments, the extra effort the hill requires that it did not used to require, the longer recovery the exertion demands that it did not used to demand, the morning stiffness that was not there before and is now reliably present, the word that does not come as quickly as it once came. Small things individually, a changed landscape collectively, the body's terrain subtly but undeniably altered by the years. There is a particular quality to this experience that is worth honoring rather than resisting. The body that is letting go is not a body that has failed, it is a body that has peaked, that has reached the top of the arc that evolution built for it, demonstrated everything that the biological design was capable of at its best, and is now following the same biological programming into its post-peak phase. The mountain range of peaks was real. The strength and the speed and the effortless physical capacity of the prime years were genuinely that, the authentic expression of a biology at its best. What comes after is not the negation of that peak, it is the continuation of the same biological story, in a different phase. A phase that the ancient world's mortality environment rarely allowed anyone to enter, and that the modern world has made available to more people than ever before in the species' history. The post-peak body is also, in ways that receive insufficient attention in cultures that prize youthful physical capacity, a body that has accumulated things the peak body did not possess. The immune system that is less responsive to novel pathogens has had decades of exposure to the pathogens it has already encountered, building a memory library of antibodies and cellular responses that the young immune system, for all its vigor, does not yet have. The brain that has lost raw processing speed has gained the accumulated pattern recognition and conceptual integration of decades of experience, the ability to see connections between distant domains, to recognize the deep structure of problems beneath their surface variation, to draw on a knowledge base that the young brain, however quick, has not yet had time to build. The body that moves more slowly through the world has learned across the years to move more wisely through it, to choose effort more carefully, to conserve energy for what matters, to navigate the social and physical landscape with an efficiency of attention that the peak body, spending its abundant energy freely, did not need to develop. The letting go releases certain capacities. It does not eliminate all of them, and it leaves behind others that the peak never possessed.
In the context of the prehistoric world, the body that had moved through its peak and into its post-peak phase carried this dual character into the community's life. The elder who could no longer run with the hunters was the elder who knew which direction the herds had moved in the last great drought. The woman whose reproductive years had ended was the woman who could give full attention to the grandchildren whose parents were occupied with the work of subsistence. The post-peak body was, in the economy of the ancient community, not simply a depleted version of the peak body. It was a differently resourced body, one whose physical resources had declined, but whose informational and social resources had increased across the decades of its accumulation. The letting go of physical peak was simultaneously the arrival at an informational and experiential peak that the physical prime, occupied with its own demands, had not had the time or the distance to develop. The biological design that produces this pattern, peak, then letting go, is not a flaw in the human system. It is the system working as it was built to work, following the ancient programming that evolution inscribed across millions of years of selection in a world where the peak years were what mattered most and the post-peak years were what a fortunate few got to discover. The modern world has changed the context in which this programming operates, has made the post-peak years common rather than exceptional, has created the social and medical infrastructure that allows the letting go to proceed across decades rather than months, has extended the biological story far beyond the chapter that selection pressure was most intensely organized around writing. But the programming itself is unchanged. The body still peaks and lets go in the same sequence, following the same ancient script. What has changed is the world in which the script is being performed, a world that for the first time in the species' history gives the second half of the story the same chance to be fully told as the first.
Let the body's arc rest with you now, as the night carries you toward the morning. Whatever point on that arc you currently occupy, the rising slope of the early years, the extended terrain of the peak, the gradual descent of the post-peak decades, the body is following its ancient programming with the same fidelity that it has always followed it, doing exactly what it was designed to do in the phase it is currently in. The letting go, when it comes, is not the end of the story. It is the later chapters, the ones that most human beings across most of human history never had the chance to read, and that you, by the extraordinary fortune of living when and where you live, may have the opportunity to discover in full. The body that built itself across the early years is the same body that is releasing certain things across the later ones, and finding in that release that some things it did not know it was carrying have quietly remained. Sleep now in the body that has peaked and is letting go, and is, in both movements, doing exactly what it was always meant to do.
There is a way in which the rarity of old age in the prehistoric world was not only the result of what happened to adults, the infections, the injuries, the caloric stresses, the locomotor demands of the mobile life, the biological letting go that the post-peak decades produced. It was also, in significant and perhaps primary measure, the result of what happened before adulthood, in the earliest and most vulnerable years of life, when the human body was at its smallest and its least equipped to manage the relentless biological challenges that the prehistoric world consistently generated. Child mortality,
the loss of lives before they had the chance to accumulate the decades that old age requires, was the single most powerful demographic force shaping the age structure of prehistoric communities. It was the widest part of the funnel through which the human life history passed, the stage at which the largest proportion of lives were lost, the chapter of the human story that did more than any other to ensure that the later chapters were read by only a few. To understand why old age was rare, you have to begin not with the old, but with the young, with the extraordinary fragility of early human life, and the demographic consequences of that fragility across 200,000 years of human existence.
The scale of prehistoric child mortality is difficult to hold clearly in the modern mind, accustomed as it is to a world in which the death of a child is a tragedy precisely because it is rare. In the prehistoric world, the death of a child was a tragedy that was also common enough to be a structural feature of the demographic landscape rather than an exceptional event within it. The best estimates from the archaeological and anthropological evidence suggest that somewhere between 30 and 50% of children born in hunter-gatherer populations did not survive to their 5th birthday. Some estimates, for the most challenging environments and the most difficult periods, place this figure higher. The evidence from skeletal assemblages at prehistoric burial sites consistently shows a high proportion of juvenile remains, the bones of infants and young children present in numbers that reflect the biological reality of a world in which beginning a life and completing it were very different probabilities.
The causes of this extraordinary early mortality were multiple and mutually reinforcing. In the first days and weeks of life, the newborn human body was at its most vulnerable, dependent entirely on maternal nutrition and immune transfer through breast milk, exposed to the microbial environment of the birth setting, and operating with biological systems that were functional but not yet fully mature. The birth itself carried risks that modern obstetric care has substantially reduced. The mechanical challenges of delivering a large-brained infant through a birth canal that evolution has not been able to widen without compromising the upright locomotion that distinguishes the species, creating a genuine tension in the design that made difficult births a recurring feature of human reproduction rather than an exceptional one. Infants who survived the birth and the first days of life then entered the childhood years with an immune system that was still developing its capacity to recognize and respond to the pathogen environment around it, a period of genuine immunological vulnerability during which infections that an adult immune system would contain could be genuinely life-threatening.
Nutritional vulnerability compounded immunological vulnerability throughout the early years. The transition from breast milk to foraged foods, the weaning process that hunter-gatherer children underwent somewhere between 2 and 4 years of age, was a period of particular nutritional risk. Breast milk provided a reliable, nutritionally complete food source whose safety and composition were not subject to the variability that characterized the foraged diet. The weaned child, dependent for the first time on the seasonal and geographic variability of the landscape's food supply, was exposed to nutritional gaps that the breastfed infant had been buffered against. In the lean season, when the adult diet was reduced in both quantity and nutritional variety, the newly weaned child was the member of the community least equipped to manage that reduction, with the smallest body reserves, the highest metabolic demands relative to body size, and the least developed capacity for the metabolic flexibility that the adult body deployed to navigate nutritional stress.
The demographic consequence of this concentrated early mortality was profound and far-reaching, not just for the average life expectancy figures that the misread statistic produces, but for the actual age structure of the communities in which these deaths occurred. Every child who died before reaching adulthood was a person who never had the opportunity to age, who never had the chance to discover what their biology was capable of across the decades, who never contributed their years to the older end of the demographic distribution. The cumulative effect of thousands of years of high child mortality was a population in which the pathway from birth to old age was genuinely narrow, not because the biology of aging was absent, but because so many individuals were removed from the population before the aging process had the chance to run its course. There is a thought experiment that clarifies the demographic significance of child mortality for the prevalence of old age. Imagine two identical populations, same biology, same adult mortality rates, same maximum lifespan, differing only in their rates of child mortality. In the first population, 50% of children die before their 5th birthday. In the second, 5% do. Both populations contain individuals biologically capable of living to 70 or 80 years. But the second population will contain far more old people than the first, not because its adults age more slowly, but because more of its members survive long enough to age at all. The reduction of child mortality is, in this sense, the most direct mechanism by which the modern world produced its remarkable demographic transformation. The shift from a world dominated by the young to a world in which the old are present in unprecedented numbers. When children stopped dying in large numbers, the pathway to old age widened, and old age became common for the first time in the species' history. The emotional weight of high child mortality in the prehistoric world is something that the demographic statistics cannot fully convey, but that the human imagination can approach. Every family in a hunter-gatherer community would have experienced the loss of children, not as an exceptional tragedy striking a few unlucky households, but as the near universal experience of parenthood in a world where more than a third of all children born did not survive their 5th year. The grief of child loss, one of the most profound and most disrupting of human emotional experiences, was not the exceptional grief of the modern world's rare tragedy. It was the recurring grief of the normal world, experienced repeatedly by most parents across the course of their reproductive years. The community around which this grief recurred had developed, through necessity, the emotional and social resources to absorb it, to continue, to grieve, and return to the demands of daily survival, to invest again in the next child, with the knowledge that the investment might not reach its intended destination. There is a particular irony in the relationship between child mortality and the visibility of old age that is worth pausing on. The very grief that high child mortality generated, the loss of the young before they had the chance to become old, was in some sense the demographic mechanism that made old age rare. Every child who died was a potential elder who never was, a person whose biological capacity for longevity was never expressed, whose decades of landscape knowledge were never accumulated, whose social memory was never built. The elders who did exist in the prehistoric community had survived not only the ongoing adult mortality of the external world, but the childhood mortality that had removed so many of their contemporaries before the journey had properly begun. Their old age was, in this sense, doubly rare, the product of having passed through the childhood funnel that so many had not passed through, as well as the adult mortality that so many had not survived. The relationship between child mortality and old age runs in both directions, and one of those directions is particularly important for understanding how human communities managed the knowledge that old age produced. When many children died young, the knowledge base of the community was continuously being depleted. The children who did not survive to adulthood were the children who would never accumulate the experience and memory that the community's long-term navigation of its landscape required. The Elders' irreplaceable archive, explored in Chapter 6, was not only irreplaceable at its far end, at the point where the elder died and their accumulated knowledge died with them. It was also irreplaceable at its near end, at the point where the young child who might have become an elder did not survive to begin the accumulation. High child mortality did not only thin the old end of the demographic distribution, it continuously narrowed the pipeline through which new elders were produced, reinforcing, generation after generation, the rarity of the archive that old age represented. As you rest in the quiet of this late hour, let the children of the ancient world rest alongside you, the ones who survived and became the hunters and gatherers and farmers and elders of their communities, and the ones who did not survive and whose potential years were folded back into the silence before they had the chance to become a life. Both populations are part of the human story. The ones who did not make it through the childhood funnel are part of what made the ones who did so statistically remarkable. Each adult who reached middle age having already beaten the odds that removed so many before adulthood. Each elder having beaten them again and again across the decades. Your own existence, your presence at this particular moment in the long story of the species, is the downstream consequence of a long series of people who made it through the funnel, generation after generation, all the way to the particular parents whose survival produced you. The children of the ancient world who did not make it are the shadow population behind every life that did. Rest now in the particular gratitude of a life that the funnel did not take. There is a moment in the human story that is often described as one of the great turning points, the shift from the mobile, foraging life of the hunter-gatherer to the settled, food-producing life of the farmer. It happened, independently and at different times, in multiple locations across the world. In the Fertile Crescent of the Middle East, around 10 to 12,000 years ago, in China, along the Yellow and Yangtze rivers, in Mesoamerica, in the highlands of New Guinea, in sub-Saharan Africa. Each of these transitions represented, in its own way, a fundamental reorganization of the human relationship with food, the shift from following the landscape's resources to producing them, from moving through a world that offered its provisions irregularly to managing a world that could be made to offer them more reliably. It is tempting, from the vantage point of the modern world that agriculture ultimately made possible, to assume that this transition was immediately and straightforwardly beneficial, that the farmer who grew grain in a settled field was, from the beginning, better fed and longer lived than the hunter-gatherer who had preceded them. The evidence suggests otherwise. The agricultural transition was, for the people who lived through it, a considerably more complicated and, in many respects, considerably more difficult experience than the narrative of progress implies. The first and most important complication was diet. The hunter-gatherer diet, for all its uncertainty and seasonal variation, was in many respects nutritionally superior to the early agricultural diet. The diversity of foods available to a mobile forager, the range of animals hunted, the variety of plant foods gathered across different seasons and different microenvironments, the occasional windfall of honey or eggs or seasonal abundance, produced a diet that was nutritionally broad and, in the good seasons, genuinely rich in the range of nutrients that the human body requires. The early agricultural diet, by contrast, was built around a narrow base of staple grains, wheat and barley in the Near East, rice in Asia, maize in Mesoamerica, that provided calories reliably but lacked the nutritional breadth of the forager's varied intake. The farmer who ate primarily grain was getting sufficient calories in the good years, but often insufficient protein, insufficient fat, insufficient vitamins and minerals that the grain-dominated diet did not provide in adequate quantities. The skeletal evidence from early agricultural populations is unambiguous. Compared to the hunter-gatherers who preceded them in the same regions, the first farmers were shorter, had more dental cavities, showed more signs of nutritional deficiency diseases, and displayed skeletal markers of greater physical stress and harder physical labor. The second complication was disease. The settled life that agriculture required, the permanent village, the stored grain, the domesticated animals living in close proximity to human dwellings, created the conditions for a new category of human illness that the mobile hunter-gatherer life had largely avoided. Epidemic infectious diseases, the diseases that spread rapidly through dense populations and require a minimum population size to sustain themselves, were effectively impossible in small mobile bands that moved through the landscape and rarely encountered other groups. The agricultural village, with its permanent settlement, its stored food that attracted rodents and insects, its domesticated animals that shared pathogens across the species barrier, and its population dense enough to sustain chains of transmission, was a new ecological niche for pathogens, one that they evolved to exploit with remarkable efficiency. The diseases that would go on to kill millions across the subsequent millennia of human history, the ancestors of smallpox, of influenza, of measles, of plague, found in the agricultural settlement the conditions they needed to become the epidemic killers they would eventually be. The physical demands of agricultural labor added a third dimension of difficulty. The hunter-gatherer life was physically demanding, but its demands were varied. The cardiovascular effort of the hunt alternating with the fine motor work of plant processing. The long distances of seasonal migration requiring a different kind of endurance than the short, intense effort of a specific food acquisition task. The agricultural life concentrated its physical demands in specific and repetitive ways. The sustained stooping of planting and weeding, the rhythmic pounding of grain, the carrying of water and harvested crops across distances that the settled life required. The skeletal evidence of early agricultural populations shows the particular wear patterns that these repetitive demands produced. Compressed vertebrae, arthritic joints, the distinctive bone changes of people who performed the same physical tasks in the same postures day after day across the full span of their working lives. The agricultural body was not less fit than the hunter-gatherer body. It was differently damaged, worn in the specific grooves of the specific labor that the farming life required. The combination of nutritional narrowing, increased disease burden, and repetitive physical stress meant that the early agricultural transition did not produce an immediate increase in human longevity. The skeletal evidence is consistent across multiple independent lines of inquiry. The first farmers were not longer lived than the hunter-gatherers they replaced. In many populations and many regions, they appear to have been shorter-lived, at least in the initial centuries of the transition. The agricultural revolution was not, from the perspective of the individual human body experiencing it, a straightforward improvement. It was a trade. The trade of nutritional diversity and physical freedom for caloric reliability and the sedentary security of the settled life. Whether that trade was a good one depends enormously on the time horizon across which it is evaluated. In the short term, the bodies of the first farmers paid a real cost. In the long term, the surplus that agriculture eventually made possible, the stored grain, the reliable caloric base, the population growth that the agricultural system ultimately supported, created the conditions for everything that followed, including the medical and sanitary advances that would eventually transform the human relationship with mortality. There was, however, one dimension along which the early agricultural transition did begin to change the demographic picture in ways that would eventually contribute to the possibility of more widespread old age, and that was the accumulation of surplus. The hunter-gatherer band lived close to its caloric margins, consuming what it gathered and hunted with the immediacy that the absence of reliable storage required. The farming community, by contrast, could store grain, could carry the harvest of the productive season forward into the lean months, buffering the community against the seasonal scarcity that had been a structural feature of the forager's existence. This buffering capacity was initially modest. The first agricultural settlements had limited storage technology and limited surplus production, and the buffer against scarcity was real but thin. But the principle was established. Food could be produced in excess of immediate need and held against future shortage. Over the subsequent millennia, the development of larger and more reliable storage systems, better crop varieties, more sophisticated irrigation, and eventually the taxation and redistribution systems of the early states would amplify this principle into something transformative. But in the early agricultural centuries, the surplus was small and the buffer was thin, enough to reduce the worst peaks of seasonal scarcity without eliminating the structural vulnerability that the farming life still generated.
The early agricultural village also created for the first time the social conditions in which larger numbers of older people could potentially survive. The settled life reduced, though it did not eliminate, the locomotor filter that mobile life had imposed on aging bodies. The person who could no longer walk the distances that seasonal migration required could still contribute to the agricultural community, tending the animals, processing the grain, caring for children, managing the social relationships of the settlement. The specialization of labor that the settled life gradually produced created niches for people whose physical capacity was reduced, but whose accumulated skills and knowledge remained valuable. The elder in the agricultural village occupied a different social position than the elder in the hunter-gatherer band. Still rare, still the bearer of an irreplaceable archive, but in a physical environment that was, at least in the good years, somewhat more accommodating of the post-peak body's limitations.
The paradox at the center of this chapter is therefore this: the agricultural transition simultaneously made individual bodies less healthy in the short term and created the structural conditions that would eventually make old age more common in the long term. The first farmers were worse nourished, more diseased, and no longer lived than the foragers they replaced. And yet the agricultural system they were building would, across the subsequent millennia, generate the surplus and the population density and the specialization of knowledge that would eventually produce the medical and sanitary advances that transformed human mortality. The path from the first agricultural village to the modern world in which old age is common ran through centuries of genuine hardship, through the epidemic diseases and the nutritional deficiencies and the grinding physical labor that the early agricultural life imposed. The destination was, in retrospect, worth the journey, but the journey was not a straightforward improvement. It was a difficult passage through a new kind of difficulty, navigated by bodies that had not been designed for it and communities that were adapting to its demands in real time.
There is something in the agricultural story that resonates with a broader truth about the relationship between progress and the experience of living through it. The people who made the agricultural transition did not know they were making a transition, did not know that the settled life they were experimenting with was the beginning of a 10,000-year process that would eventually produce cities and writing and medicine and the modern world. They were managing the immediate demands of survival in a new way, trading the familiar difficulties of the mobile life for the unfamiliar difficulties of the settled one, with no view of the long-term consequences. The bodies that bore the costs of early agriculture, the shorter stature, the dental disease, the repetitive strain injuries, the epidemic infections, were not bodies sacrificed knowingly for a future benefit. They were bodies navigating the present as best they could, carrying the species forward through a transition whose ultimate destination they could not see.
As the night deepens around you, let the complexity of that ancient transition rest in your awareness. The first farmers in their settled villages, eating their grain, caring for their animals, burying their dead in the soil they tilled, not yet longer lived than the foragers whose mobile freedom they had exchanged for caloric reliability, but building, without knowing it, the foundation on which everything that would eventually make long life common was constructed. The old age that most of them never reached was being made possible, generation by generation, by the surplus they were learning to produce and store. The harvest that fed their community through the lean months was the distant ancestor of the medical knowledge that would one day make growing old an expectation rather than an accident. The path was long, and the intermediate steps were hard, but the direction, in the deepest perspective, was always towards this, toward the night in which you are resting, fed, warm, and old enough to hear a story about how the species learned, across 10,000 years of agricultural experiment, to give more of its members the chance to find out what the body was capable of across a full and long life.
There is a particular kind of change that does not announce itself. It does not arrive in a single dramatic moment, does not transform the world overnight in a way that the people living through it can recognize and name. It accumulates instead, slowly, season by season, harvest by harvest, generation by generation, until the world it has produced is so different from the world it began in that the distance between the two is almost impossible to bridge in the imagination. The accumulation of agricultural surplus was this kind of change. It did not, in any single year or any single generation, transform the human relationship with mortality or make old age suddenly common. What it did was quieter and more patient than that. It shifted, by small increments across many centuries, the margin between what the community needed to survive and what the community actually had. And in that margin, that slowly widening gap between need and supply, the possibility of old age began, for the first time in the species' history, to take up more space. The first agricultural surpluses were modest, almost to the point of insignificance. A community that could store enough grain to carry it through 2 months of lean season rather than 1 had made a real improvement in its caloric security. But that improvement did not, by itself, dramatically change the demographic picture. People still died from the infections that the settled life had made more prevalent. They still wore out their bodies in the repetitive labor of the fields. They still gave birth without obstetric support, still managed wounds without antibiotics, still navigated the full range of external dangers that had always kept the average lifespan short. The surplus was a buffer against seasonal scarcity, and seasonal scarcity had been one of the forces that thinned the older population. But it had been only one of many forces, and buffering one of them did not eliminate the others. The first farmers, with their modest stored grain, were marginally more secure than their forebears, but they were not yet dramatically longer lived. What changed across the centuries and millennia that followed was the scale of the surplus. As agricultural techniques improved, as better crop varieties were selected, as irrigation systems extended the productive range of the available land, as the accumulated practical knowledge of farming was refined across generations of careful observation, the yield that a given area of land could produce increased. More food from the same ground meant more food than the community immediately needed, and more food than the community immediately needed meant more food that could be stored. The granary that held 2 months of reserve became the granary that held 4, then 6, then enough to carry the community through a full year's failure of the harvest. The kind of reserve that transformed the relationship between a bad year and a dead community from the direct and lethal connection it had been in the early agricultural centuries to something more mediated, more buffered, more survivable. The social consequences of this expanding surplus were as important as the nutritional ones. When a community produces only enough to meet its immediate needs, every person's labor is required for food production. There is no surplus to support anyone whose time is not devoted to growing or gathering or processing food. But when a community produces more than it immediately needs, some of its members can be released from direct food production to do other things. The potter who makes the storage vessels, the smith who makes better tools, the merchant who carries surplus grain to communities that have a deficit and returns with things the grain surplus community lacks.
the healer who studies the treatment of injury and disease, the priest who manages the community's relationship with the divine forces on whose cooperation the harvest depends, the administrator who keeps track of what has been produced, what has been stored, what has been distributed, and what is owed. All of these specializations, the entire complex of non-agricultural roles that eventually produced civilization's characteristic diversity of expertise, became possible only when the agricultural surplus was large enough to support people who were not themselves producing food. Among the roles that surplus made possible was, gradually and incrementally, the role of the elder, whose physical contribution to food production had diminished, but whose accumulated knowledge and social function remained valuable to the community. In the thin margin world of early agriculture, the elder who could not fully work the fields was an economic burden in a way that the settled life's slightly greater accommodation of physical limitation helped to manage but did not eliminate. But as the surplus grew, as the community's caloric security increased, as the margin between need and supply widened, the economic weight of supporting a person whose contribution was primarily informational and social rather than physical became progressively lighter. The surplus did not automatically produce respect for the old or institutional support for the aging, but it removed, gradually, the most acute form of the energy economic ceiling that had placed such a hard constraint on elder survival in the margin-thin world of early human existence. The development of writing, which emerged as Chapter 15 of the first series explored largely as a technology for managing grain, added another dimension to the surplus story that had particular significance for old age and the knowledge it carried. In the world before writing, the elder's archive, the accumulated memory of decades of landscape observation and social history, existed only in the elder's mind. When the elder died, the archive was lost. Writing created for the first time the possibility of externalizing that archive, of storing knowledge in a form that could survive the death of the person who held it, that could be retrieved by people who had never known the original knowledge holder, that could accumulate across generations in a way that no individual mind could match. The clay tablet that recorded the yield of the last 10 harvests was a form of institutional memory that did not die when the scribe who inscribed it died. The agricultural manual that encoded the accumulated practical wisdom of generations of farmers was accessible to the farmer of the next generation, regardless of whether the farmers of the previous generation were still alive to teach it. This externalization of memory had a subtle but real effect on the demographic value of old age. In the world before writing, the elder's irreplaceable archive was the primary form of institutional memory available to the community, the living record of the past that the community needed to navigate its future. The development of writing created an alternative form of institutional memory that was, in some respects, more reliable than the elder's mind. It did not forget, did not misremember, was not lost when the person carrying it died. This did not make the elder's personal knowledge valueless. The wisdom that comes from lived experience has dimensions that written records cannot capture. But it changed the nature of the elder's irreplaceability, distributed the knowledge preservation function across both living minds and written records in a way that made the community's relationship with its past less exclusively dependent on the survival of any single person. The political economy of the surplus also created, over time, new social arrangements that had implications for the distribution of old age across different segments of the population. As agricultural societies became more complex, as the surplus generated the specialization that generated the social hierarchy that generated the early states, access to the surplus became unequal. The wealthy and the powerful, who commanded a disproportionate share of the agricultural output, could afford to insulate themselves from the nutritional and medical deficiencies that the ordinary agricultural diet and the ordinary agricultural life imposed. The elite of the early agricultural states ate better, worked less physically, and could access whatever medical knowledge the society had developed more readily than the farmers who produced the surplus that sustained them. Old age, always rare in the statistical sense, became somewhat less rare among the privileged classes of the early agricultural world, while remaining approximately as rare as ever among the laboring majority. The first visible class of genuinely old people was, in many ancient societies, an elite class, the wealthy and the powerful who had insulated themselves sufficiently from the mortality pressures that continued to thin the populations of the less privileged. The trajectory that the accumulating surplus set in motion was not linear. Famines still occurred. The stored grain was sufficient for the normal bad year, but not for the exceptional catastrophe. And the history of the ancient agricultural world is punctuated by famines that killed tens of thousands and disrupted the demographic structure of entire regions. Epidemics still swept through the dense agricultural settlements with the periodicity that the pathogen-rich environment of the settled life generated. Wars disrupted the food supply and added their own mortality burden to the demographic calculation. The path from the first agricultural village to the modern world's demographic transformation was not a smooth upward curve. It was a jagged, interrupted, frequently reversed progression, forward in the good centuries, back in the cataclysmic ones. The net direction across the millennia pointing toward greater caloric security and the possibility of longer life, but the journey itself marked by the full range of human misfortune. As the night holds you in its quiet, let the long patience of the surplus story settle around you. The 10,000 years of accumulated grain, accumulated knowledge, accumulated social complexity that the agricultural revolution set in motion, and that eventually produced the world in which you are resting tonight. The granary that held 2 months of reserve became the supply chain that holds 10,000 products in the warehouse you will never visit. The clay tablet that recorded the harvest became the database that tracks everything from the farm to your table. The modest buffer against seasonal scarcity became the global food system that has effectively abolished seasonal scarcity for the populations lucky enough to live within it. None of it happened quickly. None of it happened without cost. But the direction was always the same, toward more, toward stored, toward the widening margin between need and supply, in which more and more of the species' members could survive long enough to discover what the human body was capable of when the world finally stopped taking it so soon. Sleep now, inside that 10,000-year accumulation. The grain is stored, the margin is wide, the body has time. For most of human history, the person who survived into old age did so alone, not alone in the social sense, but alone in the biological sense, without assistance from any systematic body of knowledge about how to extend life or prevent the external causes of death that terminated so many lives before old age could arrive. The elder in the hunter-gatherer band had survived because their biology was robust, because their judgment had been sound, because the particular infections and injuries and caloric crises that removed so many of their contemporaries had, through some combination of biological fortune and circumstance, not been fatal to them. Their survival was personal, a product of what was inside them and what had happened to them, rather than assisted. The external world had tried to end their life in the ways it tried to end everyone's life, and it had not succeeded. But nothing in the human world had intervened on their behalf to reduce the probability of that external threat reaching them in the first place. Medicine, in any systematic sense, did not yet exist. The survivors survived on their own terms, against odds that nothing in their world was organized to improve. The first steps towards systematic medical knowledge were not dramatic. They did not begin with the discovery of a pathogen or the invention of a surgical technique. They began with the accumulation of observation, the slow, patient, generation-by-generation noticing of which plants produced which effects on the body, which practices reduced the severity of certain injuries, which treatments seemed to improve the outcomes of certain illnesses, and which made them worse. Every human society that has ever been studied, however remote from the centers of literate civilization, has possessed some form of medical knowledge, some accumulated practical understanding of how to manage the body's encounters with illness and injury that went beyond simply waiting to see what happened. The antiquity of this knowledge is visible in the archaeological record. Medicinal plant residues in ancient burial sites, healed surgical interventions visible in prehistoric bone, evidence of wound treatment and splinting that goes back tens of thousands of years. The impulse to intervene in the body's struggle with the external world, to use the knowledge of the natural world to assist that struggle, is as old as the species itself. What was missing for most of human history was not the impulse toward medical knowledge, but the systematic accumulation and transmission of it at a scale that could meaningfully shift the demographic picture. The healer in the hunter-gatherer band knew the plants of their particular landscape, the treatments that had worked in the cases they had personally encountered, the techniques passed down from the healers who had taught them. This knowledge was real and sometimes effective, but it was local, limited, and vulnerable to the same mortality pressures that limited all forms of knowledge transmission in a world without writing. When the healer died, the most sophisticated portions of their knowledge went with them. The experiential knowledge that comes from decades of practice, the pattern recognition that distinguishes the healer who has seen 1,000 cases from the one who has seen 100, the accumulated clinical wisdom that formal medical training attempts to transmit, but that is always, in part, irreducibly personal. Each generation of healers began, in some measure, from near the beginning. The development of writing changed this, as it changed so much else. The medical texts of the ancient world, the Egyptian Ebers papyrus, the Mesopotamian diagnostic manuals inscribed on clay tablets, the early Chinese medical classics, the Hippocratic corpus of ancient Greece, represent the first systematic attempts to accumulate medical knowledge in a form that could survive the death of any individual practitioner and be transmitted intact to subsequent generations. These texts were imperfect repositories of an imperfect knowledge, filled with treatments that we would now recognize as ineffective or harmful, alongside genuine observations about disease and its management that represented real advances in the human understanding of the body. But the principle they embodied was transformative, that medical knowledge could be written down, could be taught from texts rather than solely from personal transmission, could accumulate across generations in a way that the oral tradition could not match. The medical knowledge of the generation that wrote the text became the starting point for the generation that read it, rather than something that had to be rediscovered from experience. The ancient medical traditions that grew from this accumulation of written knowledge produced, across the centuries, genuine improvements in the management of certain diseases and injuries that had been significant causes of premature death. Greek and Roman surgical techniques reduced the mortality of certain traumatic injuries. Ayurvedic medicine in India developed sophisticated pharmacological knowledge that addressed a range of conditions. Chinese medicine developed approaches to disease prevention and management that integrated observation of the patient with a theoretical framework for understanding the body's systems. Islamic medicine, building on the Greek inheritance and expanding it through centuries of systematic clinical observation, produced in figures like Ibn Sina a synthesis of medical knowledge that was, for its time, the most comprehensive and clinically sophisticated the world had yet seen. None of these traditions could do what modern medicine can do. None possessed antibiotics or vaccines or the understanding of disease causation that the germ theory of the 19th century would eventually provide. But each represented a genuine advance on the baseline of unassisted biological survival, a real improvement in the probability that any given person would survive the specific conditions that their medical knowledge addressed. The demographic effect of these pre-modern medical advances was real but modest. enough to nudge the prevalence of old age slightly upward in the populations that had access to sophisticated medical care, but not enough to transform the fundamental demographic picture of a world in which old age remained uncommon for the majority. The elite of the ancient and medieval world, the wealthy and the powerful who had access to the most sophisticated medical care their societies could produce, lived somewhat longer on average than the populations from which they were drawn. The evidence from skeletal analyses of elite burials in ancient Egypt, Rome, and medieval Europe shows a slightly higher prevalence of older individuals than in the general population. But the difference was modest, not transformative. The ancient world's medical knowledge was insufficient to address the two most significant causes of premature death, epidemic infectious disease and the mortality of early childhood, that accounted for the largest proportion of the demographic gap between the ancient and the modern world.
The transformation that turned rare elder survivors into a recognizable and numerically significant demographic class required not the incremental improvements of pre-modern medicine, but the revolutionary advances of the modern period. Advances that addressed specifically and effectively the mortality causes that all previous medical knowledge had been unable to touch. The germ theory of disease, established through the work of Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch in the second half of the 19th century, was the conceptual breakthrough that made systematic disease prevention possible. The understanding that infectious diseases were caused by specific microorganisms that could, in principle, be identified, tracked, and intercepted before they reached the human body. From this understanding flowed in rapid succession the practical advances that transformed the demographic landscape. The development of vaccines that trained the immune system to recognize and destroy specific pathogens before they could cause disease. The development of antiseptic surgical techniques that reduced the catastrophic post-surgical infection rates that had made even successful operations frequently fatal. The development of public health infrastructure, clean water supplies, sanitation systems, food safety regulation, that interrupted the transmission chains of the waterborne and foodborne diseases that had been major causes of death for millennia.
The most dramatic demographic effect came not from the advances in clinical medicine, the treatments given to people who were already ill, but from the advances in public health that prevented illness from occurring in the first place. The provision of clean drinking water, achieved in the major cities of the industrial world across the latter half of the 19th century, produced immediate and dramatic reductions in the mortality from cholera, typhoid, and the diarrheal diseases that had been among the leading causes of death, particularly child death, in the urban populations of the pre-sanitation era. The impact on child mortality was especially significant. The same child mortality that had been the primary demographic force keeping the human population young, that had operated as the widest part of the funnel for 200,000 years of human existence, began for the first time in the species' history to decrease substantially. Children who would have died of waterborne disease in the pre-sanitation city survived, and children who survived childhood became adults who could age. And adults who could age in sufficient numbers became the first generation of old people large enough to constitute a recognizable and demographically significant class. The development of antibiotics in the 20th century completed, in the most dramatic possible way, the transformation that sanitation had begun. Penicillin, discovered by Alexander Fleming in 1928 and developed into a clinical treatment across the 1940s, represented the first time in the species' history that the bacterial infections that had always been one of the most significant external causes of premature death could be reliably and quickly eliminated. The wound that would have killed through sepsis in the ancient world could now be treated with a course of antibiotics. The pneumonia that had taken so many in the weeks before antibiotics could now be resolved in days. The childhood bacterial infections that had contributed significantly to the child mortality that thinned every previous generation of humans could now be treated before they became fatal. The external causes of death that had for 200,000 years consistently terminated lives before old age could arrive were one by one and decade by decade being rendered survivable. And as they were rendered survivable, the people who would previously have died of them lived on, into middle age, into late middle age, into the old age that their ancestors had so rarely reached.
As the quiet of this late night holds you, let the long arc of medical history rest in your awareness. From the healer and the hunter-gatherer band with their knowledge of local plants, to the scribes of ancient Egypt recording their treatments on papyrus, to the physicians of the Islamic Golden Age building their great systematic synthesis, to the public health engineers of the 19th century laying the clean water pipes that saved more lives than all the clinical medicine that preceded them, to the microbiologists of the 20th century whose antibiotics and vaccines finally gave the human body the external assistance that its own biology had always deserved but never had. The body that is resting tonight is resting in the accumulated protection of all of that, the 10,000 years of medical accumulation that has at last made old age not the rare accident it was for 200,000 years, but the expected destination of a human life. The healer in the ancient band did their best with what they had. What they had was not enough to change the demographic picture, but what they began, the impulse to intervene, to assist, to use knowledge in the service of survival, is what eventually became everything that now stands between you and the external world's ancient capacity to end a life before it has had the chance to age. Sleep in the protection of that long accumulation. The healer's work, 10,000 years in the making, is still quietly proceeding around you tonight.
There is a particular kind of social problem that does not exist until the solution to a different problem creates it. For most of human history, the question of how to organize a society around its elderly members was not a pressing social problem. Not because societies were indifferent to their elders, but because the elders were too few to require a systematic response. The elder in the hunter-gatherer band was cared for by the band. The elder in the agricultural village was supported by family and community in the particular informal arrangements that small-scale societies develop for managing the needs of their vulnerable members. These arrangements were sufficient because the number of people requiring them was small enough that the existing social fabric, without modification, could absorb them. But when medicine and sanitation and the accumulated advances of the modern world began in the 19th and 20th centuries to deliver large numbers of people into old age for the first time in the species' history, the informal arrangements that had always been sufficient were suddenly and dramatically insufficient. The social problem of old age, how to organize a society around the needs of a large and growing population of people who had lived beyond their working years, was new, and the modern world had to invent, largely from scratch, the institutions to manage it.
The scale of the demographic transformation that created this problem is worth stating clearly, because it is one of the most remarkable changes in the entire history of the species. In 1800, the global average life expectancy at birth was approximately 35 years, still low by modern standards, still substantially depressed by high child mortality and the ongoing adult mortality from infectious disease that pre-modern medicine could not address. By 1900, it had risen to approximately 47 years in the most developed countries, reflecting the early benefits of the sanitation revolution. By 2000, global average life expectancy had reached 67 years, and in the most developed countries it had reached or exceeded 80. In 2 centuries, a geological eye blink, a fraction of a percent of the time that Homo sapiens has existed, the average human lifespan had more than doubled. The demographic pyramid that had been steep and narrow at the top for 200,000 years was within the span of a few generations being fundamentally reshaped. The top was widening, the old were multiplying, and the societies that contained them had to change in response.
The first institutional response to the growing elderly population was the pension, the systematic provision of income to people who had reached an age at which they could no longer be expected to support themselves through labor. The concept of the state pension was not entirely new. Various ancient societies had provided support to specific categories of elderly individuals, particularly military veterans. But the modern state pension, provided universally to all citizens who reached a specified age, regardless of their prior occupation or social status, was a genuinely new invention, the first institutional acknowledgement, at the scale of the nation-state, that old age was now a normal stage of life that required a systematic social response rather than an informal familial one. Germany introduced the first modern state pension system in 1889 under Otto von Bismarck, a pension available to workers who reached the age of 70 at a time when the average life expectancy in Germany was approximately 45. The pension was, in its original conception, support for the exceptional survivor, the rare person who had outlived the statistical expectations of their generation. Within decades, as life expectancy rose, it became support for the expected outcome, the normal destination of a working life.
The healthcare infrastructure that the modern world built around old age was equally unprecedented in scale and ambition. The diseases of old age, the cardiovascular disease, the cancer, the neurodegenerative conditions, the metabolic disorders that express themselves most fully in the post-peak decades, became, as old age became common, the primary focus of the medical enterprise. Entire medical specialties were created to address conditions that had previously been too rare to require specialization. Geriatrics, the medicine of old age itself, becoming a recognized field only in the 20th century, as the population of old people became large enough to justify its existence. Hospitals that had been primarily acute care facilities, places where the injured and the acutely ill were treated and either recovered or died, began to reconfigure themselves around the chronic, long-duration conditions that defined the medicine of an aging population. The healthcare system of the modern world is, in its fundamental structure, a system built around the management of old age, around keeping old bodies functional for as long as possible, managing the conditions that the biological letting go produces, extending the years between the peak and the end in ways that the ancient world could not have imagined.
The physical landscape of the modern world was rebuilt around old age in ways that are so pervasive that they have become invisible through familiarity. The ramps and handrails and elevators that make buildings navigable for bodies that can no longer manage stairs. The wide doorways that accommodate wheelchairs. The raised toilet seats and grab bars and shower benches that allow aging bodies to manage the basic tasks of daily hygiene without assistance. The large print books and amplified telephones and hearing aids and reading glasses that compensate for the sensory decline that aging reliably produces. The retirement communities and assisted living facilities and nursing homes that provide the supervised, supported environments that old bodies sometimes require. The transportation systems designed to remain accessible to people who can no longer drive. None of these features of the modern built environment existed in any systematic form before old age became demographically significant, before the sheer number of old people made the modification of the physical world around their needs not an exceptional accommodation, but a basic requirement of a functioning society.
The family structure of the modern world reorganized itself around old age in ways that went equally deep. The multi-generational household, the arrangement in which grandparents lived with their children and grandchildren under the same roof, was not, despite the romantic image that sometimes attaches to it, an ancient and universal feature of human social life. In the prehistorical world, as this series has explored, the rarity of old age meant that multi-generational households in the modern sense were uncommon. The grandparent who lived long enough to share a roof with grandchildren was the exception rather than the rule. What the modern world created was not a restoration of an ancient pattern, but the invention of a new one, the genuinely multi-generational family,
made possible by the simultaneous survival of multiple generations, navigating the social and emotional complexities of a family structure that the ancient world's demographics had rarely produced and that the modern world had to work out, generation by generation, without a deep inherited template for how to do it well.
The cultural life of the modern world was rebuilt around old age in dimensions that extended beyond institutions and infrastructure into the realm of meaning and identity. What does it mean to be old in a world where being old is normal? What is the purpose of the decades that follow the working years? What is the relationship between the old self and the younger selves that preceded it? The continuity and the discontinuity of a single life lived across many decades of change. These questions had always existed for the individuals who found themselves old, but they had never existed at scale, had never been questions that a significant proportion of the population was grappling with simultaneously, never been the subject of the sustained cultural attention that only demographic significance can generate. The modern world's elderly population created, for the first time, a mass audience for the culture of aging, for the literature and the philosophy and the psychology that attempts to make sense of the experience of growing old in a world that had been redesigned to make growing old possible.
There is a tension at the heart of the modern world's relationship with old age that all of this institutional investment has not fully resolved. The world has been rebuilt to sustain old bodies and old lives, but the cultural frameworks for understanding what those old lives are for, what old age means, what it offers, what it demands of both the old and the societies that contain them, have not kept pace with the demographic reality. The pension and the hospital and the retirement community address the material needs of the aging population. They do not address the existential questions that a long old age generates, the questions about purpose and contribution, and the relationship between the diminishing body and the continuing self that were, in the ancient world, questions that only a rare few ever had to face, and that the modern world has made the common inheritance of millions. The institutions are new. The questions are ancient. The gap between them is where much of the experience of modern old age actually lives. The modern world's rebuilding around old age is, in the deepest perspective, one of the most significant reorganizations of human society in the entire history of the species, comparable in its scope and its consequences to the agricultural revolution that preceded it by 10,000 years. The agricultural revolution reorganized human society around the production and storage of food, creating the surplus that made everything else possible. The demographic revolution of the modern era reorganized human society around the survival of its members into old age, creating a new kind of surplus, a surplus of years, of experience, of accumulated human knowledge and capability, whose full implications the species is still working out. The institutions built to manage this surplus are imperfect and incomplete. The cultural frameworks for understanding it are still being developed. The social arrangements for distributing its costs and benefits equitably are contested and unresolved. But the surplus is real. The old people are here, in numbers the species has never seen before, and the world that contains them will continue, generation by generation, to reorganize itself around their presence.
As the night holds you in its restorative quiet, let the remarkable fact of the modern world's rebuilding settle gently into your awareness. The pensions and the hospitals and the retirement communities and the grab bars and the large print books, the entire vast infrastructure of a civilization that has, for the first time in the species' history, decided that old age is not an accident to be managed informally, but a stage of life to be planned for systematically, supported institutionally, and valued as a normal and expected part of the human story. The hunter-gatherer band cared for its single elder with the warmth and practicality of a small community doing what communities do. The modern world does something categorically different.
It has built entire systems at the scale of nations to ensure that the rare accident of the ancient world is in the modern one reliably delivered to as many people as possible. It is an imperfect project, incomplete and unfinished, but it is, in the context of the full sweep of human history, an extraordinary one, the species deciding collectively that the years beyond the peak are worth having, worth supporting, worth building a world around. Sleep now, inside the world that decision has made. It was built, in part, for you. There is a mismatch at the center of modern human life that almost no one talks about directly, but that almost everyone who lives long enough eventually feels. It is the mismatch between the world the human body was built for and the world the human body now inhabits, between the expectations that 200,000 years of evolution inscribed into the biological programming that every human being carries, and the radically different conditions in which that programming is now being run. The world has changed faster than evolution can follow. The body that wakes up in a climate-controlled room, eats food it did not hunt or gather, moves through a landscape engineered for ease rather than endurance, and expects to live into its 80s and 90s, is running ancient software on modern hardware, or perhaps more accurately, running ancient hardware in a modern world that the hardware was never designed to anticipate. The friction that this mismatch generates is not a malfunction. It is the expected output of a biological system operating in conditions that differ, in almost every important respect, from the conditions in which it was shaped. The most fundamental dimension of this mismatch is temporal. The human body's biological programming was calibrated across millions of years of evolution for a world in which old age was rare, in which the vast majority of lives ended before the post-peak decades, and in which the biological systems responsible for managing the aging process were therefore rarely called upon to perform across the full span of years that the modern world now regularly delivers. The immune system that was optimized for the pathogen environment of the Pleistocene African savanna now operates in a world where many of the pathogens it was most precisely calibrated to handle have been substantially reduced, while the chronic inflammatory conditions that its continued activity generates in the absence of acute infectious threat have become major contributors to the pathology of aging. The metabolic systems that were calibrated for a world of frequent scarcity now operate in a world of reliable abundance, storing energy with the efficiency that lean seasons required in a world where the lean season never comes, producing the metabolic conditions that drive cardiovascular disease and diabetes. The stress response systems that were calibrated for the acute, short-duration threats of the predator and the rival now operate in a world where the threats are chronic and psychological rather than acute and physical, generating the sustained cortisol elevation that drives the chronic stress pathologies of modern life. The biological systems most directly relevant to aging reflect this mismatch with particular clarity. The cellular maintenance systems, the DNA repair enzymes, the protein quality control machinery, the telomere maintenance mechanisms were calibrated, as Chapter 9 explored, for a world where most lives ended before those systems were needed to perform across many decades. In the modern world, where lives regularly extend into the 7th, 8th, and 9th decades, these systems are being asked to perform across time spans that their calibration did not specifically anticipate. They do so with remarkable capability. The human body's cellular maintenance is genuinely impressive across a much longer run than the ancient world's mortality environment typically allowed it to demonstrate. But the imperfections in those systems, the mutations that accumulate, the protein aggregates that build up, the senescent cells that proliferate, become progressively more visible across the extended time span of the modern lifespan, in ways that the ancient world's shorter life courses did not allow to fully express. The biology is doing its best. It was simply not specifically optimized for the length of run it is now being asked to complete. The hormonal systems of the aging body carry particularly clear evidence of the mismatch between ancient calibration and modern circumstance. The decline of estrogen at menopause, the hormonal transition that marks the end of female reproductive capacity, produces a range of physiological changes whose downstream effects were largely invisible in the ancient world because so few women lived long enough after menopause for those effects to fully accumulate. The bone density loss that estrogen decline drives, the cardiovascular risk that the postmenopausal hormonal environment increases, the cognitive changes that the transition produces, all of these were real in ancient women as in modern ones, but they expressed themselves across a much shorter postmenopausal lifespan in the ancient world, leaving less time for their consequences to compound. The modern woman who lives 30 or 40 years past menopause is navigating a biological terrain that her ancient counterpart rarely had the opportunity to traverse, experiencing the full downstream consequences of a hormonal transition that evolution calibrated for a world where the postmenopausal years were few. The brain's relationship with the extended modern lifespan reflects the mismatch in its most intimate and most consequential form. The human brain is, by any measure, the most sophisticated biological structure that evolution has ever produced, capable of the language and the abstract reasoning and the social intelligence and the creative imagination that distinguish the species from all others. It is also a biological structure that was built for a shorter run than the modern world now routinely delivers, and that shows, across the extended decades of the modern lifespan, the particular vulnerabilities of a system operating beyond the time horizon that shaped its calibration. The neurodegenerative conditions, Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, the range of dementias that become progressively more prevalent with each decade of age past 65, are in a very real sense the brain's ancient software failing to perform across the extended run of the modern lifespan. They were not significant causes of mortality in the ancient world, not because the biological processes that drive them were absent, but because so few people lived long enough for those processes to reach the threshold of clinical expression. They are the late chapters of a biological story that the ancient world almost never had the chance to read, now being read at scale for the first time in the species' history. The sleep patterns of the aging body offer a gentler but equally instructive example of the mismatch. Human sleep architecture changes with age in ways that are universal and well documented. The proportion of deep, slow-wave sleep decreasing, the proportion of lighter sleep stages increasing, the tendency to wake earlier in the morning becoming more pronounced, the total duration of nighttime sleep often shortening. These changes are not pathological in the clinical sense. They are the normal expression of aging's effects on the brain systems that regulate sleep. But they produce, in the context of the modern world's expectations about sleep, a chronic sense of inadequacy. The aging person who wakes at 4 in the morning feeling that something has gone wrong with their sleep, that the deep, unbroken rest of the earlier decades has been lost. In the ancient world, these same sleep pattern changes would have had a different meaning. The lighter, earlier rising sleep of the elder may have served a genuine social function in communities where nighttime vigilance was valuable. The biology has not changed. The context in which it operates has changed entirely.
The immune system's behavior in the modern aging body illustrates the mismatch from a different angle. The aged immune system is not simply a weakened version of the young immune system. It is a differently configured system, one that has shifted its allocation of resources in ways that reflect the accumulated history of its encounters with the pathogen environment across decades of life. The adaptive immunity, the highly specific responses to pathogens the system has encountered before, remains robust in the aging immune system. The archive of immunological memory built across a lifetime of exposures retained and accessible. What declines is the innate immunity and the capacity for novel responses, the ability to mount an effective defense against pathogens the system has not previously encountered. This configuration made a certain kind of sense in the ancient world, where the elder's lifetime of pathogen exposure had built a substantial immunological archive relevant to the local environment. In the modern world, where global travel and the constant emergence of novel pathogens create infectious challenges that no prior exposure could have anticipated, the aging immune system's reduced capacity for novelty carries new costs that its ancient calibration did not need to account for.
The psychological dimensions of the mismatch are perhaps the most difficult to articulate, but the most universally felt. The human mind was shaped in a world where the future was short, where planning beyond the next season was both cognitively unusual and practically limited by the probability that the long future would not be reached. The modern person who must plan for a retirement that may last 30 years, who must maintain a psychological relationship with a future self that is decades distant, who must hold the awareness of a long decline without knowing its shape or its timing. This person is performing a psychological task that the ancient mind was not specifically built for. The ancient elder did not plan for a 30-year retirement. They planned for the next season, the next migration, the next challenge that the landscape would present. The psychological tools for managing a long-anticipated, institutionally structured old age are tools that the species is still developing, improvising, generation by generation, the cognitive and emotional frameworks that the unprecedented length of the modern lifespan requires.
None of this means that the modern lifespan is a mistake, that the body would be better off if the world returned to the conditions that kept life short. The mismatch between ancient calibration and modern circumstance is not a reason to prefer the ancient world. It is a reason to understand the modern world more clearly, to recognize that the body navigating the extended decades of the modern lifespan is not a body running a program that was written for those decades. It is a body whose ancient programming is producing its best approximation of appropriate function in conditions it was never specifically designed to handle, and doing so with a capability that, given the circumstances, is genuinely remarkable. The mismatch generates real costs: the chronic diseases of aging, the neurodegenerative conditions, the psychological challenges of the long old age. But it also generates real possibilities: the decades of accumulated wisdom, the deepened relationships, the particular quality of attention that comes from a mind that has been running long enough to recognize what matters and what does not. The ancient programming running in the modern world produces both. As the night holds you in its quiet, let the mismatch rest without urgency in your awareness, not as a problem to be solved in this moment, but as a context that makes the experience of being alive in a modern body more legible. The restlessness, the chronic conditions, the sleep that is not quite what it was, these are not failures of your particular body. They are the expected output of an ancient biological system operating in a world that it was not built for, doing its remarkable best to perform across a time span that 200,000 years of evolution did not specifically anticipate. The body is ancient. The world is new. The negotiation between them is what the experience of modern aging actually is: a continuous, largely unconscious, often imperfect, but always genuine attempt by the oldest software the world has ever produced to run gracefully in the newest environment it has ever encountered. It is running that negotiation tonight, in the dark, while you rest. It has been running it every night of your life. It is very good at it, even when it does not feel that way. Sleep now, in the ancient body, in the new world, in the particular grace of a negotiation that is always, in its way, succeeding. There is an image that lives in the modern imagination with unusual warmth and persistence: the image of the grandparent in the ancient world. The white-haired elder seated by the fire, surrounded by grandchildren who listen with wide eyes to stories of the old days. The grandmother kneading bread in a farmhouse kitchen, while 3 generations move through the rooms around her. The grandfather walking the fields with his grandson, pointing to the horizon and naming the things he knows. This image feels ancient. feels like the recovery of something that was once universal and has been partially lost in the fragmentation of the modern family. It feels like a memory of how things used to be, before mobility and urbanization and the pace of contemporary life dispersed the generations across distances that make the multi-generational household the exception rather than the rule. The image is warm and the longing it generates is real, but the history behind the image is considerably more complicated than the image itself suggests, and understanding the complication does not diminish the warmth, but does change what the warmth is actually about. The first complication is the one this entire series has been building toward. The grandparent by the fire, the elder surrounded by multiple generations of descendants, was not the common experience of the ancient world. It was the rare one. For most of the 200,000 years that Homo sapiens has existed, the demographic mathematics of prehistoric mortality meant that the overlap between a grandparent's life and a grandchild's life was possible but not probable, dependent on a specific combination of biological resilience and fortunate circumstance that the majority of people who ever lived did not experience. The grandmother who kneaded bread while 3 generations moved around her was, in the context of the full span of human history, not a common figure. She was an exceptional one, the biological lottery winner, the survivor of the childhood funnel and the adult mortality and the post-peak decades, still present and still functional in a world that had tried, in the ways the world always tries, to end her life before this moment. The romantic image draws its emotional power from the compression of time that the multi-generational household represents, the sense that in a single room the full arc of human life is present, the very old and the very young occupying the same space and the same moment, the chain of the generations made visible and tangible in the bodies of the people assembled. This compression is genuinely moving, and the modern longing for it is not misplaced. But the historical reality is that this compression was, for most of human history, far narrower than the romantic image suggests. The grandparent who was present in a grandchild's life was often not present for long, not the decades of grandparental presence that the modern world's longevity makes possible, but a few years, sometimes only a few months, of overlap between a life that was near its end and a life that was near its beginning. The chain was real, the links were shorter.
The second complication concerns the quality of the grandparental presence that the ancient world did produce. The elder in the hunter-gatherer band or the early agricultural village who had survived into genuine old age was not, in most cases, the comfortable, leisure-enjoying grandparent of the modern romantic image. They were a person whose physical capacity had declined in a world that still required significant physical contribution from every member of the community. A person who was, by the standards of their world, genuinely old in a way that the modern 65-year-old is often not, whose body showed the particular wear of a lifetime of physical labor in a world without the medical and nutritional supports that the modern body benefits from. The elder by the ancient fire was doing real work, tending children, processing food, contributing the knowledge and social mediation that Chapter 6 explored. But they were also, in many cases, a person whose physical resources were genuinely reduced, navigating the post-peak decades in conditions that were considerably less comfortable than the romantic image implies.
The third complication is perhaps the most interesting, the question of what the romantic image is actually about if it is not an accurate memory of a universal past. One answer is that it is a projection, not a memory of how things were, but an aspiration for how they could be. The multi-generational household of the romantic imagination is not a historical document. It is a statement about what the modern person values and sometimes feels to be missing: the continuity of the generations, the transmission of knowledge and story across the gap between old and young, the particular kind of love that flows between grandparent and grandchild in the specific register that neither parent-child love nor peer love occupies. These are real values, and the longing for their fuller expression in the modern world is a real longing. But it is a longing for something that the modern world has actually made more possible than the ancient world ever did, not less. The modern world has produced, for the first time in the species' history, the conditions in which the multi-generational family can exist not as a rare exception, but as a normal social reality. The grandmother who is present throughout her grandchildren's childhood, who is alive and functional when the grandchildren are born, when they take their first steps, when they start school, when they navigate adolescence, when they reach adulthood, is not a figure from a lost past. She is a figure that the modern world's longevity has made more common than she has ever been at any previous point in the 200,000-year history of the species. The romantic image is not a memory of the past. It is a description of the present, of the multi-generational depth that the extended modern lifespan has made available for the first time to the majority rather than the exceptional few. There is a parallel romanticization of grandparental wisdom in the ancient world that deserves the same careful examination. The image of the elder as the repository of irreplaceable wisdom, the keeper of the oral tradition, the transmitter of the deep knowledge of the landscape, the living library of the community's history, is, as this series has shown, grounded in genuine historical reality. The elder in the hunter-gatherer band was genuinely irreplaceable in the ways that Chapter 6 described. But the romanticization of this role sometimes produces a nostalgia for a world in which that irreplaceability was a compensation for a situation that was, from the perspective of the person experiencing it, also deeply marked by loss. The elder, who was the community's sole living memory of the world of 40 years ago, was also the person who had outlived all their contemporaries, whose friends and siblings and partners were gone, whose world of familiar relationships had been progressively emptied by the mortality that had spared the elder alone. The wisdom was real. The loneliness was also real. The romantic image tends to hold the wisdom and release the loneliness. The romanticization of the ancient grandparent also sometimes obscures a more uncomfortable truth about the historical relationship between the generations. The pre-modern family, in many societies and many periods, was not primarily organized around the emotional and developmental needs of children in the way that the modern family aspires to be. Children in the agricultural world were economic assets, contributors to the household's labor from as early as their physical capacity allowed, expected to begin productive work at ages that the modern world would consider childhood, long before it considers adulthood. The grandparent in the pre-modern agricultural household was not primarily a source of stories and unconditional love. They were a member of the household's economic unit, contributing what they could for as long as they could, and becoming a dependent on the household's resources when their productive contribution declined. The warmth was real. Human beings are social animals, and the bonds between grandparents and grandchildren are real and deep in every culture that has produced them. But the economic and social context in which that warmth was embedded was considerably more demanding than the romantic image suggests. What the romantic image of the ancient grandparent is reaching toward, beneath the historical inaccuracies, is something genuine and important. The recognition that the presence of the old in the lives of the young is a source of something that the young cannot find elsewhere. The particular quality of the grandparents' attention, less anxious than parental attention, less encumbered by the daily demands of raising and providing, more able to simply be present with the child in the specific way that the elder who is seen enough to know what matters can be present, is a real and irreplaceable contribution to a child's development and sense of being located in the world. This is not a romantic myth. It is a genuine human good, supported by the developmental psychology that studies the impact of grandparental relationships on children's outcomes. The romantic image is reaching for this real thing. Its historical inaccuracies do not invalidate the value it is pointing toward. They simply clarify that the thing it is reaching for is not something that was lost from the past. It is something that the modern world has, for the first time, made available at scale. As you rest in the quiet of this late night, let the romantic image rest with you, not dismantled by the historical complications, but enriched by them. The grandparent by the ancient fire was real and rare and carrying a weight of survival and loss and irreplaceable knowledge that the comfortable romantic image does not fully show. The grandparent in the modern world is also real and common in a way that the species has never known before, and carrying their own weight of survival and accumulated life and the particular quality of presence that only many decades of living can produce. Both figures are the same person in different worlds, the rare accident of the ancient fire and the expected arrival of the modern life, the same biology navigating the same post-peak decades in conditions separated by 10,000 years of human effort to make the journey possible for more people. The image is warm because what it points toward is warm. The history behind it is more complicated and more remarkable than the image alone can show. Sleep now in the warmth of both, the image and the history, the longing and its complicated, extraordinary, real fulfillment.
There is a way of looking at your own life that almost no one ever tries, and that changes everything when you do. It requires stepping back from the immediate experience of the life, the daily texture of its demands and pleasures and worries and routines, and seeing it instead as what it actually is from the perspective of the full span of human history, a statistical event. Not a guaranteed outcome, not the natural and inevitable destination of a human life, but a probability that was, for most of the time that the species has existed, remarkably low. The person who has reached old age, in the context of the 200,000 years of human existence that this series has been tracing, has done something that most human beings who ever lived did not do. Not because they were more deserving, not because their life was more valuable, not because they worked harder or wanted it more, but because the combination of biological circumstance and historical fortune that the reaching of old age required happened, in their case, to converge. The statistical miracle is quiet. It does not announce itself. It simply continues, day after day, in the ordinary persistence of a life that has lasted long enough to be old. To understand the full weight of the miracle, it helps to trace the probability chain that every person who reaches old age has navigated, not abstractly, but specifically, layer by layer from the beginning. The first link in the chain is conception itself, the particular sperm and the particular egg whose union produced the specific person whose life is now being considered, out of the millions of alternative combinations that could have occurred in their place and did not. Each parent who produced that specific person had themselves navigated the same probability chain, had been conceived from a specific combination among millions, had survived the childhood mortality that removed so many before adulthood, had survived the adult mortality that removed so many before old age. Every ancestor in the line, going back through the generations, to the first farmers, to the hunter-gatherer bands of the African savannas, to the earliest Homo sapiens who looked up at the same stars 200,000 years ago, had navigated their own version of the same chain. The unbroken line of survival that produced any living person is in statistical terms so improbable that the mind cannot fully hold the number. But the probability chain does not end with birth. It continues through the early years, through the childhood mortality that removed in the prehistoric world between 30 and 50% of every birth cohort before the 5th birthday, and that still removes in the world's most vulnerable populations a significant proportion of children before adulthood. Every person who has reached adulthood has already passed through the funnel that Chapter 11 described, has already beaten the odds that removed so many before the journey had properly begun.
In the ancient world, the simple fact of having survived childhood was itself a statistical achievement worth marking. The first great filtering of the probability chain completed, the most dangerous portion of the journey behind. In the modern world, where child mortality has been dramatically reduced, the childhood funnel is wider than it has ever been, and passing through it is more nearly universal. But the achievement it represents is not diminished by its increased frequency. It is simply more widely shared.
The adult years add their own layers to the probability chain. For most of human history, the adult mortality from external causes, the infections, the injuries, the caloric crises, the violence, removed a significant proportion of every cohort before they reached what we would now call middle age. The person who reached their 40s in the ancient world had already beaten odds that modern populations, protected by medicine and sanitation and reliable food supply, rarely have to confront. They had encountered the infections and survived them, navigated the physical hazards and avoided or recovered from the worst of them, weathered the lean seasons and emerged on the other side with their biology intact. Each decade of adult life survived in the ancient world was another completed layer of the probability chain, another set of odds beaten, another filtering passed, another demonstration that the specific combination of biology and circumstance that this particular person represented was capable of persisting through the challenges that had stopped others.
The post-peak decades add the final layers. The person who has navigated childhood, survived the adult mortality of the external world, and passed through the middle decades into genuine old age has completed the full probability chain, has threaded their way through every layer of the filtering that 200,000 years of human mortality history has applied to every generation. In the ancient world, the probability of completing this chain was low enough that the person who did it stood out in their community as something remarkable. The single elder in the band of 30, the visible proof that the biology they carried was capable of what most biologies were not given the chance to demonstrate. In the modern world, where the external layers of the probability chain have been dramatically reduced by medicine and sanitation and reliable food supply, the chain is completed by more people than ever before. But the achievement is not diminished by its increased frequency. The statistical miracle is not less miraculous because more people are now experiencing it. It is simply more widely distributed, the extraordinary made ordinary, not by ceasing to be extraordinary, but by the extraordinary expansion of the conditions that allow it to occur.
There is a particular quality of awareness that the statistical perspective on old age can produce, a quality that is distinct from both the comfortable numbness of taking the years for granted and the anxious preoccupation with the years remaining. It is the quality of genuine appreciation, not performed gratitude, not the forced positivity of someone trying to feel better about their circumstances, but the actual, grounded recognition that the circumstance is, in the context of the full span of human history, genuinely remarkable. The philosopher Seneca, writing in ancient Rome in the 1st century of the Common Era, described a practice he called the premeditation of mortality, the deliberate contemplation of death not as a morbid exercise, but as a way of restoring the sense of value to the life that the habit of taking things for granted progressively erodes. The statistical perspective on old age is a version of this practice, not the contemplation of death, but the contemplation of the improbability of having reached the present moment as a way of restoring the sense of its extraordinary character. The statistical miracle of old age is not only about the person who has reached it, it is about the entire line that produced them, the unbroken chain of survivors stretching back through every generation to the earliest humans, every link of which had to hold for this particular person to exist and to have reached this particular age. Every ancestor who survived the childhood funnel, every ancestor who navigated the adult mortality of their world, every ancestor who lived long enough to produce the offspring who continued the line. All of these survivals are contained, in a sense, in the single fact of the old person's continued presence.
The elder is not only their own survival, they are the accumulated survival of every generation that preceded them, the living endpoint of a probability chain so long and so unlikely that it represents, in the most literal statistical sense, one of the most improbable outcomes in the history of the species.
The miracle is also prospective, not only retrospective. The old person who is alive today is not only the endpoint of the probability chain that produced them. They are a link in the chain that continues forward, one of the ancestors whose survival will be contained in the existence of their descendants, whose successful navigation of the probability chain makes the next generation's navigation possible. The statistical miracle of old age is not a closed achievement. It is an ongoing participation in the longest and most improbable project that the universe has yet produced. The project of life persisting, generation after generation, against the odds that the world continuously generates. The elder who is alive tonight is not only a survivor. They are a transmitter, passing the chain forward, adding their link to the sequence, ensuring that the probability chain that has been running for 200,000 years of human history and billions of years of life on Earth continues into the next generation and the one after that.
There is a specific kind of peace that the statistical perspective can offer, the peace of understanding one's own life, not as a performance to be evaluated against some ideal of what a life should be, but as an improbable outcome to be recognized for what it is. The life that has reached old age has already accomplished something that the vast majority of human lives never accomplished, not through any particular virtue or achievement, but through the quiet persistence of continuing to exist across the probability chain that the world lays down in every generation. The specific shape of that life, its successes and failures, its choices and chances, its particular texture of joy and difficulty, is not the measure of the miracle. The miracle is simply the continuing, the waking up each morning on the far side of the filtering that the world applies to every generation, the being here in the particular moment of the particular day at an age that most human beings who ever lived did not reach, the ordinary, extraordinary persistence of a life that has lasted long enough to be old. As the deep night holds you in its restorative quiet, let the statistical miracle rest in your awareness, not as an abstraction, but as the specific, grounded, personal fact of your own continued presence at the age you have reached. Whatever that age is, whether old age is already fully your territory or still a country you are traveling toward, the years you have lived are years that were never guaranteed, years whose accumulation required the navigation of every layer of the probability chain that the world places in every life's path. The ancient elder at the fire did not know the statistical language for what they had accomplished by surviving into old age, but they were in their own world the visible proof that the probability chain could be navigated to its far end. You are the same proof in your world, quieter, more common, embedded in the ordinary rhythms of the modern life that the extraordinary effort of 10,000 years of human civilization has made so much safer than the ancient one. The miracle is real. The ordinary is extraordinary. The years are not nothing. Sleep now in the full statistical weight of all the years that have brought you exactly here. There is a frontier inside the human lifespan that no map has ever fully charted, not because no one has ever reached it, but because the people who reached it were always too few and too scattered across time and geography to produce the sustained collective knowledge that only large numbers of people navigating the same territory simultaneously can generate. It is the frontier of the extended modern old age, the decades past 70, past 80, past 90, that the species is now entering, for the first time in its history, in numbers large enough to constitute a genuine demographic presence. These years are not biologically new. The human body has always been capable of reaching them under favorable conditions, and individuals have always occasionally done so. What is new is the scale, the fact that millions of people are now navigating these decades simultaneously in every part of the developed world, accumulating a collective experience of the far end of the human lifespan that the species has never before had the opportunity to develop. We are mapping, in real time, territory that has always existed but has never been explored at sufficient scale to be understood. The untested quality of the modern extended lifespan is visible in every domain of human life that the extra years touch. The medicine that manages the conditions of advanced old age is, in historical terms, extraordinarily young. Geriatrics as a recognized medical specialty is barely a century old, and the clinical knowledge base for managing the specific conditions of the very old is still being actively constructed, still discovering the ways in which the very old body differs from the merely old one, still learning that the treatments and the dosing protocols and the risk-benefit calculations that work for a 70-year-old body may not work for a 90-year-old one. The species has not had enough very old people for long enough to develop the deep clinical wisdom about advanced old age that it has developed about childhood illness or reproductive medicine or the conditions of early and middle adulthood. The frontier medicine of the extended lifespan is being practiced on a population whose biology is, in certain respects, still being described for the first time. The psychology of the extended lifespan is equally uncharted. The developmental frameworks that psychology has built across the 20th century, the stage theories of Erik Erikson, the cognitive development models of Jean Piaget, the attachment theories that have shaped the understanding of the early years, were built on populations in which the very old were too few to constitute a significant sample. The psychological tasks of the late decades, the management of loss, the renegotiation of identity as physical capacity declines, the relationship with mortality as it moves from the abstract to the specific, the question of what the self is when the roles and the capacities that defined it in the earlier decades have changed, are tasks that psychology is still learning to describe, still developing the frameworks and the language and the clinical tools to address. The people navigating these tasks today are doing so with the support of a psychological science that is still, in this domain, more frontier than settled territory. The social structures through which the extended lifespan is being lived are also, in significant ways, experiments in progress. The retirement that was designed, in Bismarck's original conception, as a brief period of supported rest at the very end of a working life, has become for many people in the developed world a period of 20 or 30 years, longer than childhood, longer than adolescence, longer than the entire lifespan of the typical prehistoric adult. The social institutions designed to manage a brief end-of-life retirement, the pension systems, the age-defined healthcare entitlements, the retirement communities and assisted living facilities, were not designed for a retirement of this length, and the strains they are showing across the developed world reflect the gap between the duration of the modern extended old age and the institutional frameworks originally built to support it. The experiment of the long retirement is being run on a population that has never run it before, with institutions that were designed for a much shorter version of the thing they are now being asked to manage. The economic dimensions of the untested territory are among the most consequential and the least resolved. The modern extended lifespan has created a new kind of economic challenge, the challenge of funding not a brief final chapter, but a long final act, of ensuring that the resources accumulated during the working decades are sufficient to support the non-working decades that may now equal or exceed them in length. The personal financial planning required to navigate a retirement of potentially 30 years is qualitatively different from the planning required to navigate a retirement of 10, requiring projections and decisions and risk management strategies that the financial planning profession is still developing the tools to provide reliably. The public financial systems designed to support old age, the Social Security and pension systems of the developed world, were designed for demographic structures that have changed dramatically since their creation and are navigating their own version of the untested territory as they attempt to remain viable for populations whose old age lasts far longer than their designers anticipated. The relational dimensions of the extended lifespan are equally unexplored. The marriage or partnership that was designed, in most of human history, to last until death, and that, given the shorter lives of most historical periods, typically lasted 2 or 3 decades at most, is now frequently expected to last 5 or 6 decades. The relationship skills required to sustain a partnership across 60 years of shared life are not the same as those required to sustain it across 30. They involve navigating the changes that each partner undergoes across the multiple distinct life phases that the extended lifespan contains, maintaining the relevance and the vitality of a connection across decades of individual development that the earlier shorter lifespans simply did not generate. The friendships of the extended old age, the maintenance of social connection across the losses that the later decades inevitably bring, the building of new relationships at ages when the social infrastructure for doing so is less robust, are equally uncharted. The species is learning in real time what it means to be in relationship across the full span of the modern lifespan without a deep inherited template for how to do it well.
The existential dimensions of the untested territory are perhaps the deepest and the least discussed. The extended modern old age confronts its inhabitants with questions about meaning and purpose and the relationship between the self and time that the brevity of most human lives never generated at scale. What is the purpose of years that come after the roles, the working role, the parenting role, the roles of active social and economic participation, that gave the earlier years their structure and their direction? How does a person inhabit the years that follow the peak, not as a brief twilight before the end, but as a substantial portion of a full life, potentially lasting as long as the years that preceded the peak? What is the relationship between the old self and the young self, the continuity of identity across the decades of change that the extended lifespan contains? These are ancient philosophical questions, but they are being asked now for the first time by millions of people simultaneously, asked not as philosophical abstractions, but as the practical daily challenge of how to live well in years that the species has never before had the opportunity to live in such numbers.
The frontier quality of the modern extended lifespan is not only a challenge, it is also an opportunity. The opportunity to accumulate, for the first time, the collective knowledge about the far end of human life that the rarity of old age in the ancient world never allowed to develop. Every person who navigates the extended decades of the modern lifespan is, in a sense, a pioneer, adding to the species' growing understanding of what the human body and the human mind and the human spirit are capable of across the full arc of a long life. The medical knowledge being built from the study of very old bodies, the psychological wisdom being extracted from the experience of people navigating the tasks of the late decades, the social innovations being developed to support the long retirement, the philosophical frameworks being constructed to give meaning to the extra years, all of this is the mapping of the frontier, the slow construction of the collective knowledge that will eventually turn the untested territory into understood ground. There is something both humbling and energizing about living at this specific moment in the species' history, the moment when the frontier of the extended lifespan is being actively mapped, when the knowledge base for navigating the far end of the human life course is still being built, when the people who are living the extra years are simultaneously the subjects of the experiment and its most important source of data. The old person today is not simply living a life. They are participating in the most significant expansion of the human life course that the species has ever undertaken. navigating territory that was, for most of human history, so rare that the maps were never made, and making, by their navigation, the maps that the generations who follow them will use. The untested territory is being tested day by day in the lives of the people who are living it. The frontier is moving forward with every person who wakes up on the far side of an age that most human beings who ever lived never reached. As the night carries you towards its final hours before the morning, let the frontier quality of your own position in human history rest quietly in your awareness. Whatever age you have reached, whatever territory of the human lifespan you currently inhabit, you are living at the moment when the species is learning, at the largest scale it has ever attempted, what a full human life actually contains. The ancient elder at the fire was navigating the same territory, the post-peak decades, the questions of meaning and purpose and loss and continuation, in isolation, without maps, without peers, without the collective knowledge that only large numbers of people sharing the same experience can produce. You are navigating the same territory in the company of millions, in a world that is actively working to understand the terrain, to build the institutions and the medicine and the psychology and the philosophy that the terrain requires. The maps are still being made. The territory is still being discovered. And you, whatever your age, wherever you are on the arc of the human lifespan, are one of the people making them. Sleep now in the quiet knowledge of that. The frontier is real. The mapping continues. And the morning, when it comes, will be another day of the most important exploration the species has ever undertaken.
Every story needs a place to rest, not an ending in the sense of a conclusion that closes off the questions, but a resting place, a moment of stillness from which the full arc of what has been traveled can be seen clearly before the journey continues. This is that place in this series. 20 chapters from the beginning, where we stood at the edge of a prehistoric campfire and noticed that almost everyone around it was young, we arrive here, at the end of the story that the series has been telling, and at the beginning of the story that no chapter can fully contain, because it is still being lived. The story of how the human species went from a world in which old age was a rare accident experienced by a handful of survivors in every generation, to a world in which old age is the expected destination of a human life. This story is, in the full sweep of the species' history, the most remarkable transformation that has ever occurred in the conditions of human existence. And it is, in the daily life of the modern world, almost entirely invisible, absorbed into the background of the expected, taken for granted with the thoroughness that only the truly extraordinary, when it becomes commonplace, ever is. Let the full arc rest in awareness for a moment. 200,000 years ago, in the landscapes of Eastern Africa, where Homo sapiens first emerged, a community of 30 people moving through the savanna would contain at most one person whose face showed the unmistakable evidence of having lived for many decades. One person in 30. Sometimes none. The demographic reality of that world was not a tragedy in the sense that the people living within it experienced it as one. It was simply the world, the only demographic reality the species had ever known, the expression in human population structure of the ecological and biological pressures that had shaped every generation since the beginning. Old age was present at the edges of the human world, rare enough to be singular, valued enough to be cared for, but not common enough to define a recognizable stage of life or generate the social infrastructure that common experiences generate.
From that baseline, the journey to the present took 200,000 years, the vast majority of it moving so slowly that no single generation could perceive the direction of travel. The agricultural revolution, beginning 10,000 years ago, set in motion the accumulation of surplus that would eventually change everything. Not immediately, not in the first centuries of farming, when the bodies of the first farmers were in many respects less healthy than the foragers they replaced, but gradually, across the millennia, as the surplus grew and the specialization it enabled produced the knowledge and the institutions that would eventually transform the demographic picture. The ancient medical traditions, from the Egyptian papyri to the Greek physicians to the Islamic synthesizers, accumulated, imperfectly and slowly, the practical knowledge about the body that would eventually become the foundation for the revolutionary advances of the modern era. The public health engineers of the 19th century laid the clean water pipes and built the sanitation systems that saved more lives than all the clinical medicine that had preceded them. The microbiologists of the 20th century developed the vaccines and the antibiotics that finally gave the human body the external protection against the infectious killers that its own biology had always deserved but never had. And the demographic pyramid that had been steep and narrow at the top for 200,000 years began, within the span of a few generations, to change its shape. The change in shape is the most compressed and dramatic demographic transformation in the history of the species. In 1800, the global average life expectancy was approximately what it had been for most of human prehistory, still substantially depressed by child mortality and the ongoing adult mortality from infectious disease, still producing a population in which the old were a small minority. By 2000, in the most developed countries, life expectancy had more than doubled. The elder, who was 1 person in 30 in the prehistoric band, had become, in the modern developed world, 1 person in 5, 1 person in 4, in some countries approaching 1 person in 3. The rare accident had become the expected outcome. The demographic exception had become the demographic norm. And the world had been, as Chapter 15 explored, rebuilt from the ground up around the presence of the old, with institutions and infrastructure and medical systems and cultural frameworks that the ancient world had never needed because the old were never numerous enough to require them.
What has not changed across this entire transformation is the biology. The body that wakes up in the modern world is the same ancient body that woke up by the prehistoric fire. The same cellular architecture, the same hormonal systems, the same immune responses, the same aging processes, the same brain running the same ancient software. Evolution moves too slowly to have kept pace with the demographic revolution of the last 2 centuries. The body has not been updated to reflect the world that medicine and sanitation and reliable food supply have made. It is the ancient biology running in the new world, doing its remarkable best to perform across a time span that its calibration never specifically anticipated. The mismatch that Chapter 16 described between the ancient programming and the modern conditions is the lived experience of every person navigating the extended decades of the modern lifespan. It is not a failure. It is the expected output of an extraordinary mismatch between biological time and historical time, between the pace at which evolution changes the body and the pace at which human civilization has changed the world.
The story this series has told is, at its deepest level, a story about improbability. Every layer of the account, from the demographic mathematics of the prehistoric band, to the energy economics of the hunter-gatherer life, to the evolutionary logic of a biology optimized for reproduction rather than longevity, to the long, slow accumulation of agricultural surplus and medical knowledge that eventually transformed the mortality landscape, is a layer of the argument that old age, far from being the natural and inevitable destination of a human life, is one of the most improbable outcomes that the conditions of human existence have ever produced at scale. It required the right biology, the right ecology, the right historical sequence of developments, the right accumulation of knowledge across the right span of centuries, all converging in the right way at the right time, to produce a world in which the rare accident of the ancient elder at the fire has become the ordinary experience of the modern retiree. The improbability does not make the outcome less real. It makes it more remarkable, more worth seeing clearly, more worth understanding in the full context of what it required.
There is a particular kind of peace that comes from seeing your own life in this context. Not the peace of resolution, not the peace that comes from having answered the difficult questions, but the peace of perspective. The peace of knowing that the years you have lived are not nothing, that each one represents the navigation of another layer of the probability chain that 200,000 years of human mortality have placed in every life's path. The peace of knowing that the body you inhabit, whatever its current condition, is an ancient and remarkable instrument, doing its best in a world it was not specifically designed for, and doing so, against all historical odds, well enough to have brought you to this particular moment, this particular night, this particular resting place at the end of a long story. The peace of knowing that the species you belong to has done something extraordinary in the last 2 centuries, has bent the curve of mortality in ways that no previous era of human history could have imagined, has delivered to the majority what was once reserved for the exceptional few, has built a world in which the long life is not a miracle to be wondered at, but a possibility to be planned for. The peace of belonging to the moment in human history when all of that became, for the first time, ordinary.
The series began with a thought experiment, the invitation to imagine walking into any human community chosen at random from the full span of human existence and noticing how young everyone around you was. Let the thought experiment close differently. Imagine instead that you could show the prehistoric elder, the single old person at the fire's edge in the band of 30, the rare survivor whose continued existence the community recognized as something remarkable, the world that their descendants would eventually build. Not the technology, not the cities, not the abstract accomplishments of civilization, but simply this: a world in which the fire at the evening center is surrounded not by one old face, but by many. A world in which the elder is not singular and exceptional, but present in numbers, carrying the accumulated experience of their decades into the lives of the young, not as the irreplaceable sole repository of a community's memory, but as one voice among many, the wisdom distributed across a cohort rather than concentrated in a single rare survivor. The elder by the ancient fire could not have imagined this world. It would have seemed to them not just unlikely, but almost incomprehensible, a demographic reality so far outside the range of everything their experience had taught them to expect that the imagination would have had no framework to hold it. And yet here it is. Here you are inside it, at the end of a long night story about how it came to be.
The most remarkable story never told is not the story of any particular civilization or any particular discovery or any particular person who changed the course of history. It is the story of the species learning across 200,000 years of accumulated effort and accumulated knowledge and accumulated institutional invention to give more of its members more time. Not infinite time. The body still ages, the probability chain still ends, the ancient processes of biological letting go still run their ancient course. But more time. Enough time to see the grandchildren grow. Enough time to complete the work that the middle years began. Enough time to ask the questions that the busy decades never left room for. Enough time to sit with the accumulated experience of a long life and understand, in the particular way that only time can teach, what it was actually about. The species has been working on this gift for 200,000 years. It has been delivering it, at scale, for barely 2 centuries. The gift is real. The story of how it was made is one of the most extraordinary stories in the entire archive of human experience, and it is, in the daily life of the modern world, almost never told.
Sleep now. The fire that has been burning through these 20 chapters, the ancient fire at the edge of which the series began,
The fire that the single prehistoric elder watched through the long nights of a world that had not yet learned to make old age common, is burning low. The story it illuminated is complete as a story about something still unfolding can be. You are resting inside the most remarkable demographic transformation in the history of the species, inside the world that 200,000 years of human survival and 10,000 years of human civilization and 2 centuries of extraordinary medical and scientific achievement have collectively built. A world in which the old are everywhere, in which the rare accident has become the expected journey, in which the single-lined face at the fire's edge has become the many-lined faces of a generation that the ancient world never produced and that the modern world has, at last, learned to sustain. The fire is low. The night is deep. The story rests. And somewhere in the city outside, in the warming light of a world that fought for 200,000 years to give its members more time, the old are sleeping. Ordinary, unremarkable, extraordinary beyond all ancient measure, in the quiet knowledge, held or unexamined, that they are here, that they have reached the far end of the probability chain, that the rare accident has, in their lives, occurred. Sleep now. In that knowledge, the series is complete. The morning will come, and the story, the living story of the species continuing to navigate the untested territory of the long life that the ancient world never had the chance to map, will continue with you in it. Another day further into the most remarkable journey the species has ever taken.